Blessed is the heart that holds in fire. Blessed are the hands that bleed and tire. Blessed be the faith that will not slow. Blessed is the one who hears and goes. Blessed is the heart that does not tremble. Blessed is the soul that does not doubt. Blessed are the faithful who do not waver. Blessed is the flame that never dies I can't stand. My voice is weak, my courage worn, my hands still shake. I walk through fire, my armor cracks, my breath is ash. I call your name, yet none replies, and shadows close. The lions roar, the shadows press, they breathe down my neck. My heart is before the fire, it trembles as it bends. My lips are dry, my spirit frayed, my strength starts to flee. My God, my Emperor, my strength, please hold on to me. Please hold on to me. Glass and blood, it cuts as I crawl. My voice is hoarse with ash and dust, it trembles to call. But I have seen your face within those who stand with me. For all my faults I reach for you. Please stay close to me. Please stay close to me. The thorns they bleed, the glass digs in. I will go. I am lost, deaf and blind with fear. I still breathe. My trembling voice reaches for you. I
Welcome all, and thank you all for coming to this final day of the Sanguinala event. Sister Sophia, Sister Aylin, Sister Spoiled, it is good to see all of you. We have finally reached the last day of this event for this year. And, Sister Spoiled, it's good to see that you like the new emote. Although I would say that you use it with reverence, as that is a Cadian shock trooper who might be a little sad because his planet blowed up. You are sad because your planet blowed up and you have a confession to, oh, well. We will get to confessions, don't you worry about that. But we do have quite a bit to get through. And I do want to say thank you. Thank you to all of you. Thank you to everyone who has been here this year. Thank you to all of the mods who have been here the entire time. Thank you to everyone who shows up every single day. Thank you to all the artists and all the friends that we have made. And for the purposes of this Sanguinala event and going on into the new year, big thank yous to True. Brother True helped with this event in ways that I wish I could get into now, but he helped quite a bit. And of course, big thank you to Sister Cecilia as well. And Sister Aylin may or may not be drinking in church. Why am I not surprised? Now today is going to be a little different, as we've talked about different themes amongst the Imperium. Yesterday we talked about love. The first day we talked about faith. Day after that we talked about the Space Marines and their inner strength. And the inner strength of all in the Imperium. But today, we're going to be talking about something a little different. Something quite different, in fact. And before we get into that, again, welcome to Sanguinala. And I will now read the Penitential Act. As has been done in the previous days, it will first be read in High Gothic, and then, again, for those who are not quite familiar with the Imperium's lingua franca, it will be done in the ancient tongue of English. Deus Imperator Omnipotens, qui non custodes, permitte nobis, ut peccata nostra et transgressiones, contra te cogitemus, et veniam tuam imploremus. In oculis voluntatis ius non nisi humilis serve sumes, et sole veritate servire volemus. Quod ille est unicus et unicus. Amen. Almighty God Emperor, he who watches over us, allow us to reflect on our sins and transgressions against you and beg for your forgiveness. We are but humble servants in the eyes of his will and wish only to serve the only truth, that he is the one and only. Amen. Now, tonight, on this final chapter, in this event, as I said, it will be quite different. There is a lot of information to get through, and normally we would only have about 3 songs, but tonight, we have ourselves 6. There may be 1 or 2 that you have heard previously. However, there is a lot to get through. Because tonight, we're going to be talking about the origin. Sister Spoiled coming in with 5 new members of the flock. Sister Spoiled, thank you very much. Greatly appreciated. Now we will be talking about the origin of this holiday, which also happens to take place during the most tragic and dangerous event in the history of the Imperium. We're talking about the Horus Heresy. Now, I will be glossing over quite a lot, as the heresy is an incredibly complex topic, and each event that I will describe even briefly easily fits countless tomes. If it feels like there is something that is missing or just ignored, for those of you who know the history as I do, please understand that it is not due to it being unimportant. It is more for the sake of time, so we're not here for the next 12 hours. Not whores, Horus. Now, the Horus Heresy is a period of time in which the Emperor's favored son, Horus, the War Master of the Imperium, was tainted by and turned to the ruinous powers of the Chaos Gods, and took half his brother Primarchs and their legions with him. This was by far the largest betrayal of its kind in the history of humanity, and remains so to this day. This all starts when the Emperor created his sons, the Primarchs. Before they could be born, however, they were stolen from the Emperor's laboratory by the Chaos Gods and flung into different reaches of the galaxy. The Emperor then set out and found his sons on different worlds and brought them back into the fold of the Imperium. Each brother having their own personality, and most of the time ruling the planet that they were found on by the time the Emperor had made his way to them. Once his sons had been returned, and they had joined with their respective legions, the Great Crusade began. A period in which all of humanity among the stars, lost in the Age of Darkness, would be brought back into the Imperium. Also, I did see Sister Bleached coming in, and thank you for joining us. During one such campaign, during the Great Crusade, the Ulanor Crusade was won. This crusade was overseen by the Emperor himself alongside his Primarch sons, where the Imperium defeated a vast Orc empire. The planet of Ulanor became the site of the largest military victory parade in all of history, with millions of Astartes Imperial Guard, Imperial fleet ships, and others in service of the Imperium parading the planet. This is also where, for his tactics and cunning, within the campaign, that Horus was named the War Master of the Imperium, a title given to the supreme military commander of all forces of the Imperium.
O Lord of Terra, shine as you've shone. We are as you are. Your watch is our vigil. Burn, O light unbroken, let the stars bear witness. Rise, O vow of vengeance, march, O fire eternal. None shall flee his justice, none shall hold his vengeance, none shall stand before him, none shall be forgiven. Burn, O light unbroken, let the stars bear witness. Rise, O wrath of terror, march, O fire eternal. None shall flee his justice, none shall hold his vengeance, none shall stand before him, none shall be forgiven. Shine, O guide unbroken, whose flame crown the yielding. Rise, O wrath of terror, march, O fire eternal. None shall flee his justice, none shall hold his vengeance, none shall stand before him, none shall be forgiven. Burn, O throne unbroken, the flame no night can darken. Rise, O dawn of glory, come, O light eternal. None shall flee his justice, none shall hold his vengeance, none shall stand before him, none shall be forgiven.
A big thank you goes out to Sister Cecilia of the Adeptus Sororitas for allowing us to use her voice and music for the entirety of this very special Sanguinala. Please follow her on her YouTube channel, Hymns of the Imperium, as well as over at twitch.tv/sister_Cecilia. The music can also be found on Spotify, Apple Music, and Amazon Music, as well as her free Patreon, which I encourage you all to join, where she will give insights into what she is currently working on, as well as dates for when the new songs are released. Brother Spectre, it is good to see you. Now, we've just talked about a very important time in the Imperium, which was the Ulanor Crusade and the celebration that came after. It was at this time, when Horus was named the War Master, that the seeds of discord would start to be sown throughout the Primarchs. Some would question Horus being named War Master out of their own pride, whereas others were gracious in the acceptance of the thing. They did not show the conflict between them, and would all continue to serve faithfully. But about half the Primarchs could not understand the choosing of Horus. About a year later, on the home planet of the Primarch Magnus, Prospero, it was found that Magnus had been dealing with powers that he could not comprehend, and was accused of sorcery. The Emperor warned him never to delve into these ancient and dangerous teachings, but Magnus did so anyway. As such, a council of his brother Primarchs, as well as others whose identities will remain hidden, specifically for the purpose of protecting their identities, as some may still live even today, 10,000 years later. The Council of Nicaea was convened, and the brothers of the accused Primarch would debate what should be done. When the decision was given, it became known as the Edict of Nicaea, which deemed all psychers to be too dangerous to use, aside from astropaths and navigators. No, not Ikea, Nikaea with an N. Nikaea. I know, it's a tough one. Doesn't roll off the tongue very well, and it sounds like a sneaker company and also a furniture company that have been crushed into one. But yes, all psychers would be removed, with the exception of astropaths and navigators, and would be disbanded from Imperial forces. The Emperor would also forbid Magnus from delving in to these magics, and give one final warning officially. And the Emperor said, "Woe betide he who ignores my warning or breaks faith with me. He shall be my enemy, and I will visit such destruction upon him and all his followers that until the end of all things he shall rue the day that he turned from my light." The Emperor was enraged with Magnus personally, and gave him one final warning before letting him leave back to Prospero. He said to Magnus, "If you treat with the warp, Magnus, I shall visit destruction upon you, and your legion's name will be struck from the Imperial records for all time." Magnus would bend the knee and leave back for Prospero, and once again, the Primarchs would be split into whether or not the decision was wise. 3 years later, War Master Horus would be overseeing and personally participating in a crusade on the planet moon of Davin. Unfortunately, the War Master would be injured during this crusade grievously, as he was stabbed with a blade made from the Chaos God Nurgle. Afraid that he would die, and with no time to bring him back to the ship, as his condition was deteriorating rapidly, the Medicaes and Horus's captains allowed him to be moved to the Serpent's Lodge, where they believed he would be treated by the local medical facilities. But instead he would be subject to an ancient chaos ritual. This is where chaos would corrupt Horus. Thanks to the plans which had been laid out by the Chaos Gods and carried out in part by a fellow Primarch who had already been corrupted, Lorgar. It was after this event that on the planet Istvan III, Horus would eliminate loyalist elements within his ranks. Magnus, once again after the Council of Nicaea, would see this happening with his Psyker powers and could see what was coming. He decided to turn to the powers of the warp once again and try to contact his father, the Emperor, immediately, as there were warp storms that were blocking regular communication, even psychically. But in doing so, Magnus ruined the construction of the webway which the Emperor was building for humanity. For those of you who were here yesterday, you will recall that the webway was going to be a device and a network that allowed humanity to travel from one planet to another, from one end of the galaxy to another instantly, without having to use the ruinous powers of the Immaterium and the warp. This was all destroyed when Magnus decided to try and contact the Emperor. And the Emperor, true to his word, would send the Space Wolves, his executioners, to slay Prospero and burn the planet until most of the Thousand Suns Legion was slain. Magnus would have to fight Leman Russ, his brother Primarch of the Space Wolves, and would be injured. And then in desperation, he would turn to the powers of chaos and disappear into the warp as a newly crowned demon prince. Not heeding Magnus's warning for the betrayal of his promise, the Emperor did not see what would come to pass. And then, on Istvan V, Horus would be allowed to betray his brothers and their legions, and decimate the Iron Hands, the Salamanders, and the Raven Guard. His brother Primarch, Theris Manus, would be decapitated by Horus. Vulcan would disappear and thought to be killed. Only a select few would escape the drop site massacre on Istvan V, and the Imperial forces would be split in half. Darkness would creep into the Imperium through this act. A few select Space Marines alongside Captain Nathaniel Garrow would escape on board the ship Eisenstein and make their way to Holy Terra, where, after critical scrutiny, Garrow would be brought before Malkador the Sigillite to deliver the news of the heresy committed on Istvan V. Malkador would become furious of this news and inform the Emperor, whilst sending Garrow on to create the Knights Apparent, who would later become the Grey Knights.
Oh, holy Malkador, silent keeper of the Emperor's truth, warden of the keys and the sealed black proof. You bore the weight of mankind's fate, carried the fire through darkest gate. Guide my path with holy flame, a lantern that burns in his great name. Open the book where the ashes raid, name the guilty, count the dead. Let judgment wake, let mercy flee, turn the final hidden key. Oh, sing your light, break the world they built, brand the traitor with the word of guilt. Let your verdict fall as fire, let your gavel speak as thunder. New love and yet no reprieve, crown our prayers in their grief. Holy ruin, holy ruin, holy ruin. O King of ages, become death, unfurl black wings of judgment's breath. Burn every card the fates proclaimed. Let idols and false gods die in shame. His verdict turns their gates to rust. Let fate's city be turned to dust. Unchain the glyph in the deepest stone. Unseal the tomb where they make their throne. Let the last bright sigil blaze, etch the sentence and days. Oh, silent regent, break the world they built, brand the traitor with the warded guilt. Let your verdict fall as fire, let your gavel speak as thunder. No love and yet no reprieve, crown our prayers in their grief. Holy ruin, holy ruin, holy ruin. What came of all their spineless prayers? They tremble, choking on their cries, as the giant bowed with hollowed eyes. The craven flee with sobbing sighs. Spare them none, pardon none. Let the last of their names be undone. Terminus, Mars wreck, sick fighting, Mars wreck, Betty Locks, Mars wreck, the death eternal, let them live. Oh, martyred regent, break the world they built, brand the traitor with the worded guilt. Let your verdict fall as fire, let your gavel speak as thunder. No love and yet no reprieve, crown our prayers in their grief. Holy ruin, holy ruin, holy ruin. I beseech you, destroy them, destroy them, destroy them.
For the next 7 years, the Imperium would continue to be on the back foot as the traitor heretical legions would mercilessly assault loyalist legions and factions throughout the galaxy. This would all culminate in the final battle, the Siege of Terra. Loyalist forces would prepare and rush to the aid of our home world as fast as they could, and prepare for what was worried to be the end of humanity. Imperial forces surrounded Terra and Mars as best they could, and fortified their positions, whilst putting down and eliminating death and chaos cults that would instill unrest among the home system of Sol.
On the war we stand. Where shall we be fighting? Come take heart. Where shall we be fighting? On the war we stand. Where shall we be fighting? Come take heart. The Emperor's light shall guide us all. We fight all together, the rampart will hold. We fight all together, not alone. The Emperor's light shall guide us all. We fight all together, the rampart will hold. We fight all together, not alone.
Again, before we continue, a big thank you goes out to Sister Cecilia. Please follow her on twitch.tv/sister_Cecilia. Follow her on the Hymns of the Imperium YouTube page, and listen to her music on Spotify, Amazon Music, and Apple Music, as well as joining her Patreon, where she will give insights and details as to what she is currently working on, as well as news of when the latest songs have released. Again, big thank you to Sister Cecilia. Now, as Imperial forces were fortifying Terra, Mars, and the rest of the Sol system, Loyalist legions, such as the Ultramarines, the White Scars, what was left of the Salamanders, the Dark Angels, the Space Wolves, the Blood Angels, and other legions, sped through the warp toward Terra, doing everything they could, and sacrificing those ships which could not keep up to the powers of the warp to make it home to mankind before the ruinous powers could lay siege to the planet. This is one of the largest mobilizations of Imperial forces ever recorded. What comes next is a parable. It talks of the journey of the White Scars. And not only does it talk of the journey of the White Scars, but it talks about the journey that they had to make, as well as the personal journey and the literal journey, both toward Holy Terra, racing against time, as well as the journey that they have to take to become a White Scar.
Si venti revava cantiter, si mundus silens non silet, aduc egredo. Sono votum incarnato, silentium facto vos, fra natur tempestas ante me, et signiam si sertat, fidelis presto ad an eternum tendat, surgat ardeat in procellamit, aduc egredo, conte egredo, conte, conte, fidelis persto.
Once the traitor and chaos forces reached Terra, the onslaught was unrelenting. With only some of the Loyalist Legion able to make it to Terra before the siege, Imperial forces were cut off and outnumbered almost 2-1. In Adeptus Astartes, it was 1.8 million Loyalist forces against 2.4 million traitor and heretical Adeptus Astartes. For the rest of the Imperial forces, it was 15 million versus 35 million. It looked pretty grim. Space Marines and Imperial Guard would hold the line, then be pushed back, then take lost ground, then hold, then be pushed back, again and again. Ultimately, the outer wall would fall, and Imperial forces would be pushed back. The loss of their starport and landing pads would cripple any reinforcements coming from orbit, and the entire palace was surrounded. This next bit is the story of the creation of this holiday's namesake. Brother Lance, it is good to see you. Sanguinius, beloved Primarch of the Emperor, and his Blood Angels Legion held back the forces of chaos as they stormed the inner palace and made their way to the bridge leading to the Emperor's inner sanctum. Brother Lance, thank you for your tithe to the Imperium. Sanguinius, whose martial powers and prowess was only exceeded by that of Horus, seen as beloved throughout the Imperium and known as the Angel for his white wings and his golden armor, fought the demon Kabanda back on the bridge to the inner sanctum and destroyed it, sending its soul back into the warp. Immediately after the demon's defeat, Sanguinius would be charged with fighting his brother and Primarch turned traitor, Angron. The following is an excerpt from the battle between the two Primarchs, where the once theory of who was stronger between the two was given an answer. The brothers collide in the crater they made. Around them, the battle for the Eternity Gate rages. The World Eaters are coming. The World Eaters and the Life Takers and the Bloodletters. Sanguinius senses them draw near, hears their howling. Angron sees this awareness dawn in his brother's eyes. Sanguinius hacks and hacks and hacks as the snarls of chain axes and demon blades grow louder. It isn't enough. The angel launches away, a crack of his wings carrying him upward. The Lord of the Red Sands knows he can't catch Sanguinius in the sky. He scrambles for the fallen spear, draws it back, and this time there is no chase. This time, Angron is ready. He throws the spear, still slathered in ichor, from when he tore it out of his own throat. The second he casts it, it rips through the air with a concussive drumbeat, breaking the sound barrier. The angel rolls aside with the grace of the Skyborn, dodging this streak of bladed intent. No, Angron sees, not dodging. Faster than any human eye can follow, the angel has caught his spear as it passed, rolled with the momentum, and now he casts it back to the ground with a cry of effort. Angron will catch it, this twig of a thing, and he clutches nothing but air, and the force of a meteor hits him in the chest, throwing him down, pinning him to the warp-stained ground. For several unreal seconds, the Lord of the Red Sands is impaled in place, speared through the chest. There is no pain, only humiliation. After some time, the Emperor learns of Horus's ship in orbit, lowering its shields. An invitation to his father to face the War Master in combat. The Emperor took his sons Sanguinius, Rogel Dawn, and his trusted custodian bodyguard, Constantine Valdor, along with a contingent of his custodes, and boarded the War Master's ship, the Vengeful Spirit. Horus unleashed the hells of the warp upon the raiding party, and turned the custodes against the Emperor, who was saddened with each one he was forced to cut down. Rogel Dawn was locked inside a hellish desert landscape, seemingly endless for what felt like centuries in his mind. Only Sanguinius was able to reach Horus initially. Horus had no intention of killing Sanguinius, and as they fought, would only use a fraction of his power, hoping to turn Sanguinius and kill their father side by side. But Sanguinius knew he could not defeat his brother. He knew Horus was holding back, but decided to fight on anyway, knowing that every second the War Master was distracted was 1 second closer to his father's arrival. Sanguinius used his flight and speed to his advantage and confused Horus for a time, though every strike which he landed did nothing to his traitorous brother. Horus, finally realizing that Sanguinius was not going to turn, despite his pleas and conviction that the gods of chaos would give him ultimate power, Horus finally unleashed his full power upon Sanguinius. Sanguinius tried to hold back the War Master, but Horus reached into the 8th dimension and snatched his brother out of the sky. The sound of thunder crackling resonated through Horus's sanctum as Sanguinius was slammed into the ground, and Horus would continue to slam and beat Sanguinius with his maul and pierce his brother with his talon until finally Sanguinius could no longer hold out and was slain. the sacrifice of Sanguinius lives on through us today. His loss was a lesson to the Imperium that even against all odds, to never give up and never relent in our faith. And through this event that we celebrate every year, we honor his noble sacrifice in the face of certain death.
Come forth, all ye sisters, sing the angels' triumph. The breathless saint adorned in silent sorrow. His steps are slow, his breath drawn and weary. Oh, sing the blood made holy. Oh, sing the bleeding glory. Oh, sing the wounds that hail his pain turned mighty, bloody, broken, onward goes the angel. In pain he shone a wrathful dying sunrise. Rejoice his glory scalding, rejoice though spent he shields us. Rejoice his triumph carved in divine. Rejoice now, sisters, the angels' gifts have come. Oh, see his mercy shining. Oh, feel his torment blazing. Oh, feel his hands still healing. Oh, love the hope he carried. Oh, love the wounds he bore for them. Oh, love the wounds he bore for us. Behold, gentle sisters, what he bore in silence, where doom and hope together clung beneath his wings. Heavy was his burden, yet brighter beat his heart. Oh, sing the load he carried. Oh, sing the angels' courage. Oh, sing his unyielding, valiant And so though he knew well the sorrows waiting, yet still the angel bore the world's dark weight alone. Into the great night he walked that we may follow. All hail his love unbounding, all hail his life outpouring, all hail his life-giving blessed death.
The Emperor finally confronts Horus. And is enraged at the death of Sanguinius, and instead of speaking to Horus, he spoke to the 4 Chaos Gods who had been summoned by Horus to witness the death of the Emperor. This angered Horus, and he struck out, lashing at the Emperor, and being fueled by the combined power of all 4 of the gods. And, after a titanic battle, which ripped through space and time and multiple dimensions all at once, Horus would mortally wound the Emperor, who would go unconscious. But the Emperor's powers were those beyond Horus, and even in unconsciousness was still able to create an image of a broken Emperor and a servant of the War Master. This servant, Garvia Loken, one of the closest to Horus. The image would appeal to Horus's pride, saying he had won and would already become the Dark King and 5th Chaos God that had been slated for the Emperor. He appealed to Horus to give up the powers given to him and slay his father as a Primarch, as a lesson to humanity. Horus, in his own wrathful pride, had figured the battle was over anyway, and did exactly that. It was during this time that the custodian, Cultist Dusk, would come into the sanctum and fight Horus. Horus would swiftly crush the custodian with ease, being assisted by the ruinous powers once more, and all hope seemed to be lost, until a single soul emerged, seemingly from nothingness, before the War Master. A man, perpetual and immortal in nature, and an old friend of the Emperor from thousands of millennia past. Olanus Person had emerged from out of space and time and stood before the War Master. Olanus knew he would die at the hands of the Emperor's son, but did not falter, and threw his knife to the Emperor before standing his ground and allowing the War Master to focus on him. For only a brief moment, the War Master's focus lay solely on Olanus, and the man was torn apart by him. It was in this instant that the Emperor saw the good and the love for him from an old friend, and the love that humanity still had for him and for one another. At the same time on Terra, Malkador the Sigillite had sat on the Golden Throne and reignited the Astronomicon. In less time than it takes to have a thought, the Emperor was upon Horus and took the knife that Olanus had given to him and pierced it through his son. Horus tried to repel the Emperor but found his powers gone, and realized that in his own hubris to even attempt to fight the Emperor on his own, the Chaos Gods became angry and vengeful at him, and were treating him as a slave puppet, and took away the powers they had granted him. The Emperor directed the light of the Astronomicon into Horus's mind, and for a moment, Horus once again appeared to be the same son his father loved. Horus had realized how he had been used, and begged his father to kill him. The Emperor hesitated for a moment, seeing a tear go down Horus's face, but then channeled all his rage and his might into the blade, and obliterated Horus's form reducing the Primarch to a mere skeleton inside charred armor before rending his soul from all of existence in the same swift action. This was the end of the War Master and the end of the Siege of Terra. At this point, back down on the planet, all Chaos forces would either die or lose the powers granted to them by the 4 Chaos gods, and they were easily slain by Imperial forces. Heretical traitor legions would sense what was happening and turn to flee, and were slaughtered en masse. Rogel Dawn finally made it to Horus's inner sanctum, where he found the Emperor and Sanguinius and the Custodian and what was left of Olanis' person lying there next to a charred suit of armor. He ran to his father after seeing the destruction and hell that had taken place, and realized that the Emperor was still alive. He called for the captain of the Custodes, who was one of the few custodians still left alive and right on Rogel Dawn's heels. And he and the captain would bring back Horus and Sanguinius to Holy Terra. It is there that Sanguinius' body would disappear. There still remains the question as to how and why. We may never know, but what we do know is the Emperor, mortally wounded, was put on the Golden Throne that Malkador kept using to reignite the Astronomicon. Malkador's body, all but completely dissolved through sheer psychic will, remained until the Emperor returned. And in Malkador's love for his best friend and his brother, said his final goodbye as the Emperor was put back on the Golden Throne. And Malkador's soul and body dissolved into nothingness. It is there, 10,000 years ago, that the Emperor became what he is today. He is the God Emperor, living in a state of perpetual death, powering the Astronomicon, the beacon by which navigators and astropaths can find their way through the Immaterium and the Warp. It is there that the Emperor sits in his palace, watching over all of humanity and the galaxy. And it is there that it is said, eventually, the Emperor will rise in the Imperium's darkest time. Will this happen? Only the Emperor knows. But what is for certain is that that day, whether they be Adeptus Astartes, Imperial Guardsmen and women, Imperial Fleet, men and women, whether they be citizen, military, administratum, and anything and everything in between. During the Siege of Terra, and during the final moments of Horus's reign of terror on Terra and against the Emperor, all souls were one. Even the smallest of us, even the most seemingly insignificant at any point, can become the strongest of us. Olanus Person, a man of really no renown, other than knowing the Emperor and being an immortal by nature. A man who was no stronger than any other man, who was no smarter than any other person, who had done nothing for thousands of millennia. A man who millennia ago fought alongside the Emperor and befriended him, stood his ground against the strongest and most dangerous threat the Imperium has ever faced. And knowing he would die, did it anyway. For that one final moment that he could give, so the Emperor may do what was needed. All of us have that strength within ourselves. Don't forget that. Every single one of us has the strength to be Olanus Person. Every single one of us has the strength to be Sanguinius. Every single one of us can falter. We can all be overcome with rage or pride. But we can also be smarter than that. And we can also learn. And we can also take faith and be invigorated through this tale of the Horus Heresy and learn from the mistakes, as well as being inspired by those such as Sanguinius and Olanus. Every single one of us has that power.
Ding dong, they ring. The bells of prayers of tea, hammers of doom. The end has come. every hope betrayed. A humble guardsman stumble forth to stand for all mankind. One heartbeat stood against the void, against the void. One heartbeat stood against the void. The stand endured a single breath before he fell below. But in that fleeting heartbeat span, new strength through him did flow. The Lord of Man rose wreathed in flame, his blade a burning dawn. One burning stroke cast down the night, cast down the night. One burning stroke cast down the Before his wrath the demons broke, in panic turned to flee. The shadows knelt in trembling dust, their reign undone set free. The dark gods reeled in shattered spite, their vaunted malice dead. For dawn was born from sacrifice, their sacrifice. Our emperor crowned in fire and
A big thank you goes out once again to Sister Cecilia for allowing us to use her voice and her music to tell the stories of each of these masses during this Sanguinala event. Before we end, remember that all of us have the strength to do what Sanguinius had done. All of us have the strength to do what Olanus Person had done. Every single one of us has the same resolve as both of them and the Emperor himself. We are all strong enough. We are all tough enough. And under the right circumstances, we can do exactly as they had done. Adorate imperatorem immortalem. Namileis protector noster. Admirate imperatorem immortalem. Propter sacrificium ius generi humano. Exultate imperatorem immortalem. Propter ius strictam gubernationem. Venerate imperatorem immortalem. Propter ius immortalem custodiam. Adore the immortal emperor, for he is our protector. Admire the immortal emperor, for he and his sacrifice to mankind. Exalt the immortal emperor for his strict guidance, and revere the immortal emperor for his undying guard. Thank you all for coming to this final day of Sanguinala. At this time, confessions are now once again open. and questions can be asked about today's Mass while we wait for those who wish to confess. Brother Lance confesses that he wants tacos. Tacos are a most holy food. Now, granted, they might be slightly different here in the 41st millennium compared to how they were thousands of years ago, as some of them may be filled with corpse starch. But tacos are still a holy food. I cannot fault you whatsoever for wanting tacos. And so, for your confession, absolved. Sister Bleach confesses that she had smoked fish and cheese for dinner. Why are you smoking fish and cheese? And she knows that it was the worst idea to have together. Well, typically one does not smoke fish, nor do they smoke cheese. But to each their own. I understand that these times can be hard, so if you need the nicotine hit, assuming fish still has nicotine after you smoke it, by all means. Not entirely sure about why you would smoke cheese, but that's beyond me. What is corpse starch? Corpse starch is a ration that is given to Imperial citizens and soldiers alike. That is made from the bodies of those who have been slain, and turned and repurposed into a heavy caloric food bar. Also, Sister Sophia, thank you for the Imperial tithe. Brother Spectre confesses that he wants hot chocolate. Would it hurt to have some? No, of course not. It's hot chocolate. Why would that be a sin? You confess you're a little grossed out by corpse starch. That's all right. Most people don't particularly care for it, but again, it is used in times of need. Now, it has been said that this was put into action thousands of years ago and was originally called Soylent Green. Well, much of the horror has been taken away from what corpse starch is, but fundamentally, it is the same. One of the only source of hot chocolate you have close is from some heretics. Then you will burn the hot chocolate with holy fire before you drink it.
Pope Adam I confessed that this year made me tired and I really want next year to be better, but don't know a good way to make that happen.
This is a serious question, and I can understand that. This year has been a rough one for many, many people. Whether it is because we have lost loved ones, or because things have not gone well in our lives. But if anything, let these last days be a lesson. Let them be a lesson that you can love yourself, that you have the inner strength, that you do have, at the very least, personal faith. If not in yourself, in others. And the other one will come. And that you can withstand anything that the entire galaxy has to throw at you. Times have been tough. We have been beaten down. But the one thing that remains constant is we will get back up. And we will hold our heads high, and we will weather the storm. So how do we make next year better for ourselves? We persevere. We keep going. We do whatever is needed to get the job done. And through that, we can overcome adversity, we can overcome strife, we can overcome hardships, and we can do anything that need be done. That is how we make this coming year better than the one we leave. After being kicked and beaten, and after our morale has been stretched incredibly thin, let these last few days be a renewal of faith in yourself, faith in others, love within yourself, love of others, courage that you never knew you had, and strength that you will never see until you need it. Let this be a lesson not only to those who confessed, but to all of us. And hopefully this Sanguinala has done more for you than just be a place where you can go and listen to a tired, grumpy old man wax on poetically about things that have happened in the Imperium's past. Brother Spectre says so I can still drink it, yea. As long as it is cleansed within holy flame, it can be drunk. Sister Sophia says she confesses she is now grossed out by Soylent Green. Soylent Green is people. So is corpse starch. The only difference, the name changed. So is cannibalism against the Order's edicts. It is not cannibalism if it has been repurposed. Cannibalism is when you actively take on the role of consuming another human. Once a human's body is deceased, the body is then taken apart and processed down to its basic proteins and then repurposed into a starch bar that is then given out to soldiers of the Imperium. Also, cannibalism is, well, it's quite unbecoming of Imperial citizens. No one wants to walk up on an Imperial citizen eating Bob. Do you want to eat Bob? I don't think so. But chances are Bob's body, before he was turned into a servo skull, was probably repurposed into corpse starch. Are there any other questions about today's Mass? Are there any other confessions before we end? Also, before we go, I would like to draw your attention to a new emote that has emerged for the chat. This is a Cadian shock trooper who is quite sad because his planet blowed up. I know that this Mass, this final Mass of the Sanguinala event, was a longer one. I want to thank every single one of you for being here today, and for being here throughout all of the Masses that we have gone through over the last week or so. I want to thank all of you for being here all year. For Shadow, and gracing him with your generosity and kindness. And for the purposes of this year's Sanguinala event, there are two people which I would like to thank greatly for help. First, I would like to thank Brother True. If it were not for him, the ecclesiarch that you see standing before you behind this podium, in this cathedral, would not be here as he is. Big thank you to Brother True for all the work that he has put in over this past year, and for the emotes that he has created for this chat, and for all of the incarnations of me that you have seen. And last, but certainly not least, big thank you for this Sanguinala event goes to Sister Cecilia. Not only for allowing her voice and her music to be used for this event, but also for being a kind and gracious person when she had every right to protect what is hers, in fear of it being used, without her permission or not being given credit. I would never do that, as Sister Cecilia is a very kind and gentle person. But I thank her all the same. And to her, and to Brother True, and to all of us at this Sanguinala event, I thank all of you for this past year. It has not been easy. Sometimes it's been downright unbearable. But we all made it through together. And we will continue to make it through. Thank you all. Now, one final one before we go. I think it is only fair that we end with a song of strength. We end with a song by Sister Cecilia that gives us hope and empowers us to become more than we are. One of the first songs during Sanguinala by the sister that was showcased, and one of my personal favorites. Here we go.
Spiritus dominatus, qui manus ad velum duce, audi nostra voce. Una Elohai, qui es mihi sensus et vos. Una Elohai, hevas qui suscis anima mi nox. Pro sancta Silvana, pro cordibus puris, pro innocentia rapta, sono tuo gladius in nocti. Una Elohai ahuvi, qui es mio scutum et salus. Una Elohai helium, qui scindi, seditius ob me. Pro sancta Silvana, pro martyris in umbris, pro fidelibus flentibus, summas arqui corporis. Sexum esset sexum non sum, mens verum esset verum non sum. Sin dubiatum malde Deus et servus non sum. Scriptura anima tua mea, non mortua, sed ipsa vita, orbis orbem claudit, ad est. Ad est. Pro sancta Silvana, pro proditis fractis, pro sanguine justo, sum la tempesta quae nox frangit. In manus tuas, mio imperator, nos spiritum commendo. O Domine, libra nos. O Domine, libra nos.
In one last thank you to Sister Cecilia for allow us to use her voice and her music. Please follow her over at her YouTube channel, Hymns of the Imperium, and also follow her on twitch.tv /sister_Cecilia. You can listen to all the music that has been played here during this event, as well as the rest of her music on Spotify, Apple Music, and Amazon Music. And I encourage you to join her free Patreon, where she gives details as to what projects she is currently working on, as well as informing us when new songs will be released. Thank you all for coming. Thank you for being here through this 5-day event of Sanguinala and renewal of faith. May this next year be better for us all. May this next year treat us with peace and respect. May this next year not batter us like this previous one has, but remember that through adversity and through hardship, all of us have the strength, the courage, the faith, and the love to keep getting back up and to do what needs be done. You have not seen the last of me, although chances are the next time you see me I will be adorned once again in my power armor as chapter master of the Promethean Shadows. And until I see you all again, have yourselves a glorious and prosperous new year. Thank you all, and see you soon. Oh. I don't know about the rest of you guys, but sweet Jeebus. Much as I had fun with it, I'm glad it's all over. I am. I had a lot of fun with it. I really did. This was a blast to put on and a blast to do for everybody. But, wow. Yeah. I made you cry? How did I make you cry? What did I do? Time for a week-long nap. So, I know I've told this at least a few times, but for those who are just coming in, I'll tell it one more time. It was so beautiful. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed. I'm really, really glad that you enjoyed it. So I was originally going to do something else for Christmas leading through to the new year. Originally, I was going to play I Am Jesus Christ, and for those of you who have never seen the game, or the trailer for the game, it's the one where somebody who has a lot of faith in Jesus Christ, and believes in his Lord and Savior, turned the journey of Jesus into a video game where he fights Satan Duke Nukem style, but with Iron Man hand lasers. I was also going to dress up as the Pope, but unfortunately, the game has been pushed back through to next year, so that one was kind of out. And I found this out 5 days before Christmas. Oh boy. So here I am, kind of down on my luck, kind of down in the dumps, kind of disappointed that I wasn't going to be able to do anything special this year. And I thought about it, and I went, well, wait a minute. It's been a minute since we've seen Adam. What if we brought Adam back? Especially considering Spoiled always loves to tell people that Adam looks like Santa. But, because the last time we saw Adam, he was adorned in Space Marine power armor. Instead of it being an actual religion, we do Adam as basically the space pope in the 40K universe. The people that I talked to said it was a fucking phenomenal idea and they loved it. I said, okay, let's go with it. And then I was like, okay, well, how the hell am I going to do this? I can't just stand there like a dumbass for God knows how many hours doing this. It wouldn't make any sense. And then I thought, well, wait a minute. In the Imperium, there is a thing such as Christmas called Sanguinala. Okay, cool. Let's do a Sanguinala event. Let's make him the Space Pope. Okay, awesome. Now what? Well, I kind of had to modify things, but basically I was like, let's have what is essentially a Catholic Mass in the Imperium. Well, then there were new problems. One problem being, where am I going to get any sort of canon Imperial hymns at all? Thankfully, I did find one, and it's the only one that Games Workshop has ever released. And where am I going to get any Imperial prayers? Well, the prayers weren't so terrible to find, thankfully, as they've been written in God knows how many different books. But the hymns were still a problem, because I only had a grand total of one. And there was this one YouTube channel that kept popping up called Hymns of the Imperium. Now, the problem here is that, come to find out, there are dozens upon dozens of AI-generated 40K, call them religious song channels. Dozens of them. And you can clearly tell that nobody put any time and effort into these songs. I've listened to, at this point, hundreds of them over the past 2 weeks. Most of them are god-awful. They really, really are. Some are okay, but most of them are just absolutely terrible. But Hymns of the Imperium kept popping up, and for whatever reason, I was like, I don't know. And then I clicked on it, and the last song that I showed you guys is the first one that I heard, and I went, oh, shit. And I read a little bit about the composer / singer, Sister Cecilia, and went, wait a minute. Hang on. Tried another song. Went, oh my god. Hang on. Tried another one. Instantly knew that in order to bring this whole thing together, that I was going to need to use her songs, because her voice is just absolutely amazing. The songs that she had put together were beautiful and fantastic and powerful, and she's got such an amazing range. So I reached out to her, and it took a few days, and I asked permission to use them, told her what I was planning on doing, told her who I was, and so on. And I was stressing big time. Fast forward to 2 days before Christmas. No bullshit. 2 days before Christmas, and I, at this point, up until this point, still have no idea if I can pull any of this off. Because in order to do any of this, Sister Cecilia has to say yes. That's that's it. If she said no, I honestly don't know if I could have done this any better. I don't know if it could have been done half as good. And I look back and think to myself, this probably would have bombed, and bombed real fucking hard. Like insanely hard. Well, thankfully, 2 days before Christmas, she gets back to me. She was very, very kind, very gracious, and said, yes, absolutely, go for it. I'm really, really excited. Thank you, I'm flattered. And I was ecstatic. And then I was off to the races. So every single day has literally been me writing for at least 3 hours, and sometimes in upwards of 6 hours. Every single day, coming up with a new mass that not only talked about certain themes which I wanted to touch on, which would kind of be a fourth wall break, not only fit into the lore of Warhammer 40k, but something that meant something to any and all of us. And to tie it in with her music, which was really tough. It was challenging, it was very rewarding, but it was really, really, really tough. And I think I did okay. I think I did pretty okay. Now I had this model for Adam, and I was happy with it to an extent. And I contacted True, said, hey man, I need your help. This is a last minute thing and all this stuff. He said, don't even worry about it. We'll get it done. So he took the models, he worked his magic. We got it all done. So massive thank you to True. Massive thank you to Sister Cecilia. And then I had an idea to bring another artist in on this, and was hoping that we could make an actual model for Adam, something that was his, because the models that I have are good. They're not terrible by any stretch of the imagination. And I wasn't going to go full VTuber, but I thought PNG tuber for Adam kind of fits him because he's old, he's grumpy, you know, he's not really with the times, but he tries his best, and PNG tuber's just kind of funny, right? I won't say who, only because it's, I don't want them to feel like, you know, they are, like it's their fault or anything like that, because it's not. I knew it was going to be a shot in the dark, but I did reach out to a certain artist, and I asked them, listen, I understand that this is last minute. I know that chances are you probably have plans for the holidays and the new year, but I'm wondering if there is by any chance that we might be able to get a model, possibly a background for a cathedral, stuff like that done for the Warhammer 40k universe. And I'd like to do not only one with Adam as the Ecclesiarch, but also another one with Adam as an actual Space Marine, and we can talk and stuff like that. They said they would love to do it, but unfortunately, as I figured, they had plans that they couldn't break, and I said, that's okay. That's totally okay. I completely get it. I knew this was a shot in the dark, and they felt bad, and I said, don't feel bad at all. I said, please don't. This was a last-minute thing that was put together. I don't want you to feel bad that, you know, you have to turn it down. You're with family. You're with friends. You have a lot going on right now. This was one of those things I knew going in. I probably had about a 70 to 80% chance that the answer would be no. So, that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. But I know this person rather well. And in the future, that will happen. So I can't wait for it to happen. And it'll be a lot of fun, and it'll be really, really cool to see the things that this person comes up with. Obviously, I can't showcase them right now, but let's just say that we all know their work, and it is phenomenal, and I cannot wait to work with them finally, and be able to have something that they created that is Adam. I hope she sees what she did. I mean, I hope she does too. I hope she does too. This stuff will all be put on YouTube and whatnot, and Sister Cecilia said if there are ever any problems, you get any, like, copyright things on YouTube, let me know, I'll whitelist it, it won't be a big deal. I said, okay, that's awesome. I think it all came together pretty well, and thank you, Sophia. I'm glad you think it came together pretty fucking great. People have lives? I know, right? I paid money for 2 of her songs, so hey, she got money from it. Honestly, I'm really, really glad to hear that. I really, really am. She is, she's quickly gaining a lot of people and a lot of follows, and I think that that's phenomenal, and she deserves all the success and all the credit. She's really, really good at what she does. Yeah, so I know every little bit helps, and it will keep her going and keep her doing what she loves, and that's huge, and that's all anybody can really ask for, and she loves what she does, and I hope that she's able to continue for a long, long time, because she does a phenomenal job doing what she loves to do. So yeah, that's how it all came together. But every single day, I've been doing it between 3 and 6 hours of writing. Like, for instance, today was about 6 hours worth of writing. And trying to tie in all these different songs and everything, and try and pace things out as best I could. Because I'm going to be honest, one of the worst things in the world is trying to pace me talking versus anywhere between 2.5 to 4 minutes worth of song. I would assume it would be on Apple Music, right? Either Apple Music or Amazon Music. Yeah, Amazon Music. Yeah, that totally makes sense. Even if it's a pain in my ass to try and buy music from that site, yeah, that's totally fair. That is totally fair. So what you can do, and I'll bring it up here really quick. This is Amazon Music. I clicked the link. Now, if you already have an Amazon account, it'll ask if you want to try Amazon Music for free, and you have to put in your credit card. You can just hit no thanks if you don't want to do that, but then you can go to Sister Cecilia, I believe. Hang on one second. Oh no, sorry, it's Hymns of the Imperium is what you want to look up. Helps if I spell hymns correctly, doesn't it? Oh, of course. You're gonna do this to me, you son of a bitch. Of the... Come on. Hymns of the... No? Okay, well, let's look up Sister Cecilia. Nope, that's not it. Maybe somebody else can find it, or maybe it's because I had to click it. Imperium Hymns, thank you. Well, this is YouTube. Yeah, this is the YouTube one, but this is where all of her stuff is on YouTube, right? So please, please, please go subscribe to her. Holy crap, she's amazing. Speedrun DMC, oh god, no. Here, let me try this again. Oh, shit. I just had it. So yeah, the first time it'll ask you for your credit card, which is kind of what I was worried about. After you say no thanks and you click the link again, this will all pop up. It's all right here, which is all really cool. You can see all the tracks, and then I'm assuming you can pay for a couple of songs on Amazon Music if you want. And there you go. Same thing with Apple Music, although I'm definitely not going to be going through Apple Music because I think Apple Music is the devil. I really do. But yeah, Apple Music, Amazon Music. You can also find it on Spotify if you use Spotify. Is there not a command? Yes, there is a command. So if you do !sister, it'll bring up her links. The Amazon one, if you have an Amazon account, it will ask you the first time for your credit card. Just say no thanks, because your card is already part of your Amazon account. So you can say no thanks, close out, because it'll come up with that search thing from before. Click that link a second time, and it'll just bring you right to her channel on Amazon Music. More the devil than Amazon and Spotify? Absolutely. Apple Music is more the devil than Amazon and Spotify. 100% it is. It's Apple. It's the Soviet Socialist Republic of Apple. They want everything in triplicate just so you can take a piss while listening to a song. So yeah, I'm glad it all came out. Big thank you to True. Big thank you to Sister Cecilia. Big thank you to all of you for being here. I'm glad that I could do this, and I'm really, really happy it turned out as good as it did. And here's to hoping that there are more songs that we can use next year. I'd have to go through the process again with Sister Cecilia and ask to use her stuff. But here's to hoping, and here's to hoping that this year is better for everyone. Yeah, I had a blast doing this. I really, really did. Also, for those of you who are following Sister Cecilia on YouTube and all these other places, let's just say that chances are within the next couple of days there's going to be a new song that is coming out. I know that she said earlier today that she was planning, or at least trying, to get it out before the new year, but unfortunately that didn't work. She had a lot of things going on, so she's going to be working on it probably starting tomorrow to finish it up. Could be a couple of days, but she does have a new song coming out, and you guys will probably love it, as I know you guys have all loved her stuff so far, so stay tuned for that, which is awesome. Huh. I think that's all from me. Any questions, any comments, anything like that? What do you guys have to say? Oh, yeah. The one where she does the rock screams. Yeah, no, her throat is fine. It when did she do that one? Let me find out really quick here. That was when did that one come out? Let me find out really quick here. That came out 3 months ago, so yeah, she's fine now. Yeah, she's totally fine now, but that was released 3 months ago. Pixel Pixie, it's good to see ya. How you doing? But yeah, all that was released 3 months ago, so sure, her voice is fine now. But yeah, she did say that one where she does those rock screams, and God, were they good. Yeah, it fucked up her vocal cords for a few days, but she's doing a hell of a lot better now. Some girl's throat is better. I feel like I missed a great conversation. Actually, you know what? We'll do one more song, Lance, because this is why she asked that question.
Oh, holy Melchador, hear one mortal, hear me. Silent keeper of the Emperor's truth, warden of the keys and the sealed black proof. You bore the weight of mankind's fate, carried the fire through darkest gate. Guide my path with holy flame, a lantern that burns in his great name.
When she goes into rock mode, you'll know.
Open the book where the ashes raid. Name the guilty, count the dead. Let judgment wake, let mercy flee. Turn the final hidden key. Oh, civilize, break the world they built. Brand the traitor with the word of guilt. Let your verdict fall as fire. Let your gavel speak as thunder. New love and no reprieve. Crown our prayers in their grief. Holy ruin, holy ruin, holy ruin. Oh, King of ages, become death. Unfurl black wings of judgment's breath. Burn every card the fates proclaimed. Let idols and false gods die in shame.
Yeah, she goes insanely hard in this.
Let fate's city be turned to dust. Unchain the glyph in the deepest stone. Unseal the tomb where they make their throne. Let the last bright sigil blaze. Etch the sentence and days. Oh, silent regent, break the world they built. Brand the traitor with the warded guilt. Let your verdict fall as fire. Let your gavel speak as thunder. No love and no reprieve. Crown our prayers in their grief. Holy ruin, holy ruin, holy ruin. What came of all their spineless prayers?
Does anybody... Well, I'm sure that there's a bunch of people that know the band In This Moment. Listening to her go rock mode with these screams is like listening to the cover In the Air Tonight from In This Moment. If you've never heard them before, when all of a sudden the chorus really kicks in and she starts just wailing on that fucking mic, it's the same kind of reaction that I got with this song.
They tremble, choking on their cries, as the giant bowed with hollowed eyes. The craven flee with sobbing sighs. Spare them none, pardon none. Let the last of their names be undone. Terminus, Mars wreck, set fight, Mars wreck, Veni Lux, destroy them. Destroy them.
She goes real fucking hard on that one. She goes insanely hard on that one. So, and you can hear it at the end when it goes back into the chorus after she does that screaming, that her voice is about ready to just fucking die. And she does so well. I was actually like thoroughly surprised. No matter what I hear, watch, play, or read, I just can't get into 40K. You know what? Honestly, that's understandable, but here's the reason why. And we talked about this not long ago. The reason why it's so tough for a lot of people to get into 40K specifically is because the barrier to entry is high. It is. So, for instance, if you want to pick up a book, and we looked at this stuff last night, okay? If you want to pick up an actual physical book, depending on the book, depending on whether it's used or not, depending on how rare it is, and whether it is a soft or hard cover, you are looking at a range that goes anywhere from $10 to $700. No bullshit. If you want to get into painting the miniatures, just 5 miniatures that are 40 millimeters tall and sit on a 32 millimeter base, not buying any paints, not buying any paintbrushes, not buying any of the modeling tools that you're going to need, or any of the supplies, or airbrush, or compressor, just those plastic minis are going to cost you anywhere between $30 to $90. On top of that, you have the video games. Now, obviously, when the video games first come out, those are going to range anywhere between, say, $50 to $70, right? But now you have the problem of trying to figure out what the hell's going on, basically in the middle towards the end of the story. Because there is so much lore and story that has happened since this franchise first started in 1983. If you listen to the audiobooks, or if you want to listen to an audiobook, you can go on to Black Library and you can purchase them for $13-14, right? They range anywhere from $3 to $4 to $13-14. But at the same time, you're going into an 18-hour audiobook with no reference as to what the hell is happening. Right? You have absolutely no reference whatsoever as to what is going on. So the barrier to entry is very, very high, because either you're spending a lot of time, or you're spending a lot of money, or both, trying to get into something that you're not entirely sure you may or may not like. So it's completely understandable. It's completely understandable. But one of the reasons why I do what I do with 40K is because I really like showing people that you can take something like 40K, especially be it Space Marine 2 or something along the lines of Rogue Trader, which I've been playing, and showing people that you can still have fun with it. You may not necessarily understand everything, but there's a lot of cool shit that's happening in the moment. And honestly, it's just fun. It is. It's fun. You know, there's a lot of things that are really, really, really well done in it. A lot of things that are really well done. So if it's not necessarily your cup of tea, that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. But if you see something like Space Marine 2, and you want to play Space Marine 2 and kill a bunch of Tyranids and just be this, 9-foot tall walking tank, with a chainsword in one hand and a plasma pistol in the other and just have ass, blood, and guts all over the screen, that is perfectly okay. There is nothing wrong with that. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. And there's a lot of lore and there's a lot of detail. And I mean, again, we're talking 1983. It's now just before 2026, right? That's how many years of lore? That's a lot. That's what, 43 years? That's a lot. So, yeah, I can understand it. I totally understand it. I know the canon version of Commander Shepard is male and a renegade. Yeah. So I like Warhammer because it has some satire to it. Don't like Game of Thrones because it takes itself super seriously, and I'm here going, well, that makes no sense. I'm going to shut up before I start ranting about my two biggest peeves of Game of Thrones. Well, let me put it this way. You want to know what I hate about Game of Thrones? It is single-handedly the greatest and worst thing that has ever appeared on TV simultaneously. That's it. That's really all you need to know about Game of Thrones. If somebody has not watched Game of Thrones, I'll tell you this. Watch the first 6 seasons. Watch the first 6 seasons. After that, don't bother. And it's not even that, you start liking a new character and they die off. No. It has nothing to do with that. It literally has everything to do with the final 2 episodes of Game of Thrones were literally a slap in the face to all the fans, whether they had read the books or not. The final episodes of Game of Thrones were literally the worst fucking things I have ever seen on TV, ever. Because even if you don't know what happens in the books, it is so ham-fisted and it is rushed so badly, and the things that you expect to happen don't happen specifically because the producers just flat out gave up. That's it. That's all there is to it. The producers gave up on that show. That's all it was. Literally, you had some of the producers that were going to be heading over to Disney and doing stuff for the Star Wars franchise. You had other producers that had another HBO miniseries that was going to be that they were working on simultaneously that they were trying to get done called Chernobyl, which, by the way, was excellent. But yeah, they were so sick and tired of stretching out Game of Thrones because George R.R. Martin, they didn't know if the guy was going to die or not before he was done writing the final book. So they literally had to sit there and like drag it out of him, and it was like pulling fucking teeth to get any semblance of anything. And then when he gave them some, they're like, great, fuck it, we got like 3 days, let's run with it. And they just were like throwing shit at the wall trying to make things stick. It was awful. It was so bad. It was so bad. I didn't watch, but that basically means Martin or the creators lacked the creativity to create an ending. I mean, so the problem is, and this is something that happens. Be back in a bit. Sounds good, Sophia. So this is something that happens a lot of the time. Okay. George R.R. Martin's writing actually is not bad, but when you get into TV series, or I should say TV production and movie production, there are a lot of things that have to be changed for the sake of time. Okay? Which, in George R.R. Martin's case, he'd been doing for years, and he understands how the game is played. The problem is that the producers wanted to take things one way, and he was still writing things originally as they should be for the books. Well, for the books, it takes a lot more time because he actually has to sit there and write them. But when it comes to TV, things become a little alien. Okay? So because they decided to take these stories and bring them down a different path, to give basically people, I guess, what you could call an alternate version of Game of Thrones, that's okay. But when the guy who's supposed to be giving you the okay to do all of this stuff isn't giving you anything, and you've got other projects that are sitting there and waiting and are stalling out because you're a producer and because you're trying to make shit work, and HBO is telling you we have to have it out by a certain date, and the author isn't giving you shit, and you've still got 2 other jobs that need to be done because Disney's breathing down your neck, and another department from HBO is also breathing down your neck. That means that as soon as the author comes back and says, well, yeah, I guess, you just, fuck it, I don't care, let's do it. And you just throw everything you can at the wall with zero regard to how any of it makes sense whatsoever. And that's what happened. And it was literally the worst thing I've ever seen. It really, really, really was. It was awful. So yeah, Game of Thrones is single-handedly the best and worst thing to ever happen to TV. It just is. Now, you may not necessarily care for George's writing, and that's fine. Right? There's nothing wrong with that. That's okay. He may not be your cup of tea, right? I understand why Game of Thrones may not be somebody's cup of tea. I also understand why Night Flyers may not be somebody's cup of tea. I understand why, and there's a bunch of other TV shows that he's been a part of, or that he's written for, or that he's written novellas for, and have been adapted, that some people just don't particularly care for, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. But the time and attention to detail for all the characters that they put into the show was phenomenal right up until basically the very end, and then it all just came crashing down, and you could really see the cracks not only form, but make literally everything fall apart and become an absolute fucking disaster and a joke. Because that's really all it was at the end. It was awful. It really, really was. So, yeah. Me personally, I honestly really liked the 1980s movie Night Flyers, but that's also because I had a crush when I was younger on Catherine Mary Stewart, and I think it's probably one of the movies where it's the best she ever looked. And I just really like Catherine Mary Stewart. Plus, how can you not like a Catherine Mary Stewart movie when it also stars Uncle Phil? And it takes place in space. That's pretty awesome. So, yeah, it's a stupid movie, it's a B movie, but it's a fun movie and stuff like that. And so I've known of George R.R. Martin's work for a very long time. And I was really, really excited with Game of Thrones, but oof, that ending. That ending was terrible. It really, really was. So, yeah. What is this, our not fighting over what one another's likes are? Well, yeah. I mean, why do we have to fight over what we like and what we don't like? Trust me, I completely get it. For the longest time, I would not watch Game of Thrones again. I watched Game of Thrones again, I think, last year. I sat down and I binge watched it. And again, it is really, really good up until those last few episodes, and it's just oof after that, right? Me personally, I like the writing. I agree that there are some stories where it's like, yeah. But generally speaking, I thought it was all pretty good. Right up until the end where it hit that fucking brick wall and ran over, 700 orphans. Like... That's pretty much what was happening. The bus was on the right path. It was going the speed limit. Everything was fine. And then the bus driver had a heart attack and it ran right through a fucking orphanage and like slaughtered 500 orphans. That's basically what happened when it came to Game of Thrones. Don't we know how the internet goes? We're supposed to be fighting and turn people against one another in social media. Yeah, but fuck social media. I couldn't be bothered to give a shit. I have both a Twitter and a Blue Sky, and I rarely use either of them because they're both dog shit in their own rights. I couldn't be bothered to care. I haven't used Facebook in over 15 years. I couldn't be bothered to care any less about Facebook. I forgot about my MySpace page before Facebook became popular. I could care less about social media. I really, really could. So, yeah. Why would I give a shit about what some idiot hiding behind the veil of anonymity thinks about something when their opinion is less important than what happens in my daily life or the daily lives of you guys who come in here and spend time and hang out and we shoot the shit and everything else? Why would I give a shit? It doesn't affect me whatsoever, nor should it affect anybody else. Those people are fucking useless and should remain that way. So, yeah. You can like Game of Thrones. Let me put it this way. There are people out there who don't like Mass Effect. There are people out there who don't like the Mass Effect franchise. Right? That's okay. There are people out there, myself included in this one, by the way, who absolutely hate Mass Effect Legendary Edition. I cannot stand Mass Effect Legendary Edition. And it's not because the games are bad. It's because Mass Effect Legendary Edition was nothing but a cash grab by EA. That's all it was. And the writing slaps you in the fucking face as soon as you start playing that first game. It slaps you right in the fucking face for no reason other than the fact that EA needed a fat fucking paycheck. That's why they released Mass Effect Legendary Edition as they did. It doesn't offer anything new. It doesn't give the fans anything that they deserved whatsoever. It took literally the cheapest fucking texture pack that they could find that somebody else made, and they paid the lowest bidder for that they could dump into it. The only thing that they did was take out a series of algorithms that were looking for a sound card that hasn't existed in the better part of a decade, that would force the original Mass Effect game to crash if you didn't have it, so that the game could be played, at the very least, in its entirety. But they never fixed the fucking frame rate. They never fixed the fucking choppiness when you're supposed to be down on planets in your vehicle. They never fixed any of the fucking loading problems. They never like went back and did anything to streamline any of the controls for the first one. They never did anything for the audio. The thing barely runs in 1080p at 60 frames a second, so why they would even have HDR as an option is beyond me. And we were expected to pay $60 for this piece of shit? That's my problem with the Mass Effect Legendary Edition. I love Mass Effect. I think the story is absolutely amazing. But I hate what they did to Legendary Edition, and I think it was a slap in the face to any and all fans. I really, really do. It was awful. It was really, really awful. And unfortunately, it's the only way that we can play it on modern systems now, which really sucks. Because trust me, I went back a couple of years ago, even on my PC that was built probably about 6 months before Mass Effect 3 came out, and it could still barely run Mass Effect. Still. Somehow. And we're not even sure how it could barely run Mass Effect, but it could barely run Mass Effect. The installation for the original Mass Effect is dog shit. So the only thing that we really benefit from with Legendary Edition is that we can just download it on Steam and hit play. That's it. For $60, we can just download it and hit play and then choose which one we want to play. That's the only thing we benefit from for it. That's it. Oh, it's incredibly easy money. Absolutely, it's incredibly easy money. So, yeah. But here's what we are going to be doing tonight. So it is currently, for me, it is just about 9:45. What we're going to do is I'm going to step away for a minute, and I am going to pee because I desperately, desperately need to pee because I've been sitting here for 2.5 hours, and I've gone through 1 bottle of water, and I've gone through half a bottle of a Mountain Dew that I had, and I really, really, really need to pee. So what I would advise is for you guys to get up, stretch a little bit, grab a drink, grab a snack, use the bathroom, do whatever you need to do. I will be back in a couple of minutes, and then we will I will open up Rogue Trader. We'll do that for a little bit. I want to actually see if I can find on YouTube the ball in Times Square dropping. So we'll only have a little bit of an hour to go for that, and then we'll do a little bit more Rogue Trader, and then whichever one is better, whether it be Dallas or Chicago, we will watch the ball drop for that because that is in my time zone. And then we'll finish up with a little more Rogue Trader, and then we will call it. So yeah, give me a couple of minutes, but get up, stretch your legs, get something to eat, get something to drink, use the bathroom, do whatever you need to do, and I will be back in a couple of minutes, and then we'll get into Rogue Trader. I'll see you in a few. so much. Lance came in with 100 bits. Thank you so much, Lance. Sophia came in with 300 bits, and Aylin came in with 500 bits. Thank you all. Really love and appreciate all of you being here. I really, really do. And you guys are amazing. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I really, really am. I did? Yeah, right? But yeah, excuse me. Don't choke on air. But yeah, don't ever breathe in while trying to talk. That's a bad idea. Yeah, don't die. Dying is bad. But yeah, I'm glad you guys all enjoyed it. I really, really am. But let's get into Rogue Trader. But before we do, I have to take the podium down. Maybe. And I have to take the cathedral down. There we go. Much better. And let's get into Warhammer. Let's get into Rogue Trader. By the way, and I know this is really, really funny because we were talking about how, you know, some people we can't get, some of you guys just can't get into Warhammer. It's okay. Although I will say, if you guys like CRPGs, like Baldur's Gate 3 or Divinity or anything like that, if you want to change a pace, in all honesty, Rogue Trader is really up there. They really did a fantastic, fantastic job with this. So even if it's, you know, Warhammer isn't necessarily your cup of tea, I would highly suggest giving it a shot. It's still a lot of fun. Especially considering you can make people just explode into a mass of ass, blood, and guts. Which is always fun. They have been doing really good, and I did see the alpha for Dark Heresy. Looks fantastic. Looks absolutely fantastic. You have Fallout for that? Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. But you can also do that for this as well. Cassie has asked the Lord Captain to discuss the events of the ceremony with her. Okay, so I gotta talk to her on the bridge. And she is down here, if I remember correctly? No. Oh yeah, there she is.
It is so fortunate you have come. I admit I was seeking you out myself. After the events on Dargonus, it felt like an anthracite grey mantle had dropped on my shoulders. I spent a long time thinking about our very first meeting and what happened next. I cannot wait to shake off this dreary color.
Fair.
It was very naive of me to follow in the footsteps of the man who raised me in a gilded cage. And I was deaf to the needs of my own house. But you...
There's Sophia, welcome back.
You opened my eyes. As the future Novateur, I must gain wisdom to restore House Orselio to its former glory, no matter the cost. Thank you. It will be an honor to keep guiding your vessel through the Sea of Souls, for as long as the needs of our dynasties are aligned.
Why don't we talk about something else?
You will hear no objection from me, Lord Captain.
Nor will you hear any objection from me, as I don't have to do a woman's voice right now. Did you do the personal quest of them visiting her? Yes. Yeah, I just finished that last night. That was the last thing I did. You did not mention the Starway Atlas when we met.
I would never reveal this secret to an outsider. But you have come to my aid more than once already. The Starway Atlas is a sacred artifact of House Orselio. It helps our navigators chart a course through the warp. This crystal, I mean, the Atlas, has been inside me for as long as I can remember, giving me strength. But the others, I noticed the renegades in the palace were choked by ashen ghosts of despair when we met face to face. I swear the ghosts were reaching for their atlases.
Yeah, so about this Starway Atlas, for those of you who don't know, it's quite literally a relic that allows people like her to navigate through the warp, which is all well and fine, but when she says that the Starway Atlas is inside her, she quite literally means inside her. They cut her open and they put it inside her. So the Atlas is some kind of crystal that is implanted in the navigators of House Orselio at birth.
But my atlas is much more powerful than the others. It's the Atlas of Tisiphone herself. That is what people have whispered behind my back my whole life, although no one knew for certain. But I always suspected. I simply did not wish to admit it to myself.
Certain navigators in your house fear the Atlas's powers.
Certain navigators in my house have tried to kill me more than once. But the tales of Tisiphone's brutality, I am beginning to wonder. What if they are all true? What if I will be a new tormentor to those who serve me?
You said you wouldn't share your secret with just anyone. Does that mean I am someone to you?
I didn't. I only meant that
Oh, she's blushing.
I am at ease in your company.
Uh-huh. Sure. Thank you for telling me.
Thank you for listening.
Tell me about House Orselio. Ooh, thank you for the hydrate, Sophia.
As the only voice of our family on this vessel, it is an honor. As long as your questions are courteous, I will answer every one of them.
Is the Orselio prophecy system named after your ancestor?
You are shrewd indeed. My ancestor charted that route while fleeing the enemies of humanity. They say the Emperor himself was his guide, because the warp expelled their vessel without a single loss. Unfortunately, the lips of those who relate this tale seep with disgusting green hubris. I think Kalain Orselio was simply a skilled navigator.
I take it House Orselio has a rich history.
Oh, yes. The navigators of the house came to the Coronis Expanse fairly recently, a mere 208 years ago. Before that, our ancestors expanded the borders of humankind's dominion for the glory of the Emperor, blazing trails to different corners of the galaxy.
With your permission, I would like to talk about something else.
By all means.
Tell me about yourself.
I am a part of House Orselio,
Like
an ancient
moist.
dynasty of the Navis Nobilite. Since time immemorial, our family has served to advance knowledge, pushing at the boundaries of the dark unknown. The Starway Atlas contains 2,843 routes that chart the sectors of the Segmentum Obscurus and reach all the way from the Coronis Expanse to Holy Terra.
Listen in silence, because we don't want to interrupt her, even though she got the wrong impression.
And uniting the Imperium's thousands of worlds. House Orselio is bound by commercial pacts to houses Galeatis, Ortina, Drotus, and... There is a dark blue knot tightening on your neck, Lord Captain. I can see my reply is not satisfying your thirst for knowledge. What is it you desire to hear exactly?
Sorry, Cassia, but I would like to know more about you personally, not your family.
You wish to know about me? I suppose I can help you with that. What would you like to know?
You want a steak to be moist, not wet or dry. Unless it's jerky. Wet jerky is just weird. Yeah, wouldn't that just still be raw meat if it was wet? If you got wet jerky, isn't that just raw meat? Because that's what you do. You take raw meat and you just dehydrate the fuck out of it until it's no longer raw meat. Moist panties are bad for women, but good for their partners? Well, I mean, you know, unless they sneeze or something and accidentally pee. I feel like wet jerky could be a sex term. I could see it. I could totally see it. So you never lived anywhere other than Urak 5?
Hardly. According to the chronicles of the house, I was born on one of the Orcelio worlds. Oh, what was it? Please forgive me, Lord Captain. My childhood memories are too vague. Sometimes I dream about the colorful birds that built their nests in the garden, or the servants dressed in purple livery, or the blue fog that rolled over the lowlands behind the palace. But everything is covered in a rosy haze. Perhaps it is my imagination, not my memory, that is painting these pictures.
Am I ready? No, I'm not ready whatsoever. Not even remotely close. Tell me about your life on the station.
My stay on the station was wholly dedicated to preparing me for my future duty. Astromancy, astrography, numerology, the histories of my house and the Imperium, as well as other disciplines. For many years, dozens of instructors tirelessly prepared me for my destiny. And once a year, Great Regent Alronto would come to the station. He would entrust his beautiful vessel to my command, so that I could master the practical aspects of our art as well.
Also, numerology. Once described by my Latin teacher as the thing crazy people study. Did you have friends? Someone you could turn to for a simple conversation, not a discussion of yet another lecture?
The Regent gave me a bird from a sunlit planet once. I tried to befriend it and make it sing, but for some reason, it refused and died soon after. The instructors were too respectful of my duty to my house to waste precious time on idle chatter. Aside from them, there were only servants on the station, and you know they have their vocal cords removed, so they cannot break their vow of silence.
The what? Numerology. Numerology, as my Latin teacher described it, is the thing crazy people study.
And since the subject has been breached, Lord Captain, why do you not follow this honored tradition? Your decks are so garish. Apologies, I meant noisy. The rabble don't just chatter. Sometimes they shout and even sing. Why do you allow such a lack of restraint? Rogue traders are highborn, are they not?
You may find it difficult to believe, but the practices of depriving servants of their voice is not particularly widespread outside House Orcelio.
Please forgive me, Lord Captain. I was sure it was a sacred tradition made sacrosanct by the ancient vows of obedience. I expect more surprises will be waiting for me outside the walls of Urak 5.
Your third eye. Do you always conceal it?
The Navigator's open eye is baneful to whoever the warp's ruinous shine falls upon, and therefore it is the symbol of our power. We are the guiding stars of humanity, found worthy of an uncommon gift, and one of the duties that we bear is to guard our eye, even from wayward glances that may bear evil.
Fair enough.
Besides, I am aware that lesser servants of the Imperium may find our appearance repulsive. The navigator gene twists the features the rabble are used to seeing, and the magnificence of our role cannot be grasped by their feeble minds.
No, not her brown eye, her third eye. It's the one in her forehead. So, like, you see the crystal right here? There's a literal eyeball in her forehead. She's not walking around spreading her cheeks, showing everyone her asshole. That's what she know. God. She's not a juggalo. My God. You are beautiful, Cassia. Do not let anyone or anything convince you otherwise.
Lord Captain, you are overstepping the bounds of propriety.
Somehow I don't think propriety means what you think it means, but alright. What does it feel like to guide a vessel through the warp?
It may be difficult to describe. You see, every navigator perceives the warp differently. My mentor, Great Regent Elronto, always described his travels through the Immaterium as a journey through a vast wood with countless paths. And I, assisting him in the first voyages, futilely tried to follow his example. But the wood would not reveal itself to me. But everything changed when I found my own key to this mystery. You see, I've always brightened up my rare moments of leisure time by painting. You may recall there was a workshop in my chambers. As soon as I imagined the warp as a blank canvas, an indescribable feeling came over me. I moved the brush, going deeper and deeper into my own painting. Visions were hidden within the vibrant colors of my palette, and something inside me knew which should be brought out and which should be left behind. I woke up several days later, after the voyage was safely complete.
Oh yeah, by the way, that's the other thing I forgot to tell you guys. So for those of you who have missed a couple of episodes of Rogue Trader, she kind of has this ability, obviously, to navigate ships through the warp, but she is a psyker and she is still a young adult. So the problem is that she still has a lot of growing up to do. Unfortunately, that also means that because she is a psyker, people can catch what I like to call psychic strays when it comes to her. So, for instance, there was a steward whom she asked a question to, and she was pleased that the steward was able to answer her question, but was a little dismayed at the fact that he didn't look the part of a steward. He caught that stray. So after she went back to her room, he went back to his room, murdered his family, and then murdered himself. On another occasion, we were on a planet that was very, very pretty, and it was a jungle world, and she really likes birds. And she asked one of the people of the noble house that we were visiting if there was any possibility that she might be able to take a bird for herself as a pet. The person that she asked was so happy to help her out, and she was delighted to know that he would be able to help her out. So delighted, in fact, that a stray psychic feeling left her, and this person caught the stray. And because she was so excited, and that feeling was one of excitement, he decided to give her every species of bird that was on the planet. So she ended up with 100 different birds in her room, which was fantastic. And she was really happy, and all the birds were really, really happy until we went on another mission, and then she was slightly annoyed at something that happened on the mission, and she went back to her room and noticed one of the birds had pooped, and she was kind of disgusted at bird poop, and all the birds caught that stray and then ended up killing themselves. That was the day that we decided it was probably a good idea that Cassia should not have pets. I noticed that your love for painting is reflected in your speech as well. You associate so many images with hues and colors.
The Emperor graced me with a gift. I can see inner life in addition to the mundane. You cannot know that a fruit has rotten from the inside until a blade slices it in two. I can see the rot from far away. It roils like swamp mud, oozing through the bright peel. Anger and boredom, sadness and joy. Everything that people shut away inside themselves is revealed to me like colors on the canvas of my world.
It doesn't help that she was raised to believe that everything she does is right. That's true, and she is learning.
You will hear no objection from me, Lord Captain.
What does your special sight reveal?
Sister Argenta shines like a guiding star, inspiring resolve in those around her, seemingly inexplicably. However, I see a dark and ugly fog billow behind her, contrasting sharply with her shining light. It burdens the Sister of Battle. It drags her down. Yet Argenta herself is hardly aware of it. Seneschal Viserion is among the few whose colors are a pleasure to look at. Whenever the Seneschal speaks, heavenly crystal clarity spreads around him. And whenever he is angered, dark blue clouds condense over him. And in his rare moments of joy, a pure gleam of sunset pink caresses the souls of those near him. Out of your entire retinue, Lord Captain, he is the only one I would trust with my life.
Okay, but really quick question, what happens when he has to shit? What color consumes him? Just out of curiosity.
Reading Xenos' colors has always been a grueling challenge for me. The boundless palette of colors Iliad emanates is too painful to look at. Her hues are bright, blinding, unnatural, and very, very dangerous, Lord Captain. I would never entrust my safety to a being that screams so loudly and clearly of its alienness to human perception.
That's fair.
Idira's emotions are like a maelstrom.
It's a good way to put it.
Bright, unbridled, enveloping her form like a wondrous kaleidoscope of colors. And as dangerous as a twisting warp storm. The riot of colors hides the truth from my eyes. What exactly is driving this woman? Is it her own will, or is it the Immaterium, Lord Captain?
So basically, when it comes to Idira, it's like a deer in the headlights moment constantly, because psychically she's just always turning around and getting a package of hot dogs thrown at her face.
Bella is bathed in crimson as bright as fresh blood, and its sight is all the more striking in the embrace of impenetrable darkness. And yet, there is no malice in these heavy shadows. They are impartial, morose, uncompromising, and ever consuming what weak flashes of other colors there may appear.
She likes blood. Fair enough.
Master Anthar is enveloped in dense gold, but like the sun on an ice world, its radiance offers no warmth, only the steely sheen of immovability. Sometimes I see flashes of another color. It is as if the metal carapace were only a screen, but deep down inside, scarlet fire rages.
Nice. Why don't we talk about gifts, if you're not opposed, that is?
Gifts? What do you mean?
Well, let us say a close friend of mine, whose name I shall not reveal, recently received an immortalium as a gift. How should he respond, in your opinion?
You can hardly ask me to speak to the feelings and intentions of another person. But since you asked, I think your friend should recognize the full gravity of the ritual.
Also, that's a flower.
Immortalium is a gift of many meanings. It cannot be taken to signify only one thing. Is your friend willing to accept all its facets? Or only one? Or perhaps, is he unwilling to accept it at all?
What if my friend is willing to accept all its diverse facets?
Then, according to the rules of the ritual, he must offer a gift of equal spiritual or material value in return. And if you... your friend is interested, tradition dictates that this gift be made through a third party. That way, the giver and the receiver of the gift maintain a balance in their relations.
Might my friend consider the immortalium a kind of declaration?
What?
Oh,
no.
got her.
Of course not. An immortalium symbolizes a beginning, a starting point from which a relationship between two people can grow, moving beyond polite indifference. For now, it is merely a seed that your friend will have to cultivate. And whether it will grow into poison ivy or a beautiful flower, only time will tell.
Right. And what gift would you choose if you were my friend, of course?
I would choose something that would touch the receiver's heart. Something that he or she often talks about, or dreams of.
Right. You said that my friend could choose to accept only one aspect of the gift.
One of the facets of an immortalium is an offer of friendship. If your friend intends to accept only this part, then he must, by tradition, make this known in a private conversation with the giver.
Ah. And if my friend does not wish to accept the gift at all...
Then tradition dictates that he keep the gift as a sign of respect for the giver's act of initiating the ritual. Apart from that, your friend should make no response. Sometimes silence speaks more eloquently than any rejection.
Well, thank you for sharing your thoughts with me. My friend has much to consider. Cassia nods curtly, but you do not fail to notice the hint of a smile playing about her lips. You do realize that I know who sent me the immortalium?
I see people's emotions in the vivid spectrum of hues surrounding their essence, Lord Captain. And I understand everything. However, I have enjoyed this little game. I hope you have too.
Oh, damn. So if I were to choose number 2, would that be out of line, or what? Oh. I have no idea. I never romanced her. I thought it was supposed to go through a third party. Oh, shit. That's right. Fuck. You're right. Okay. I suppose I shall take my leave of you for a time.
If you wish, Lord Captain.
That is true. It does have to go through a third party. She's only into dudes. Well, yeah, fair enough. Okay, we have to go to Kiama Gamma. which is somewhere. It is, I think, over here? No. There. Okay. So I gotta travel down this way. Distant worlds find the most exquisite perfume in the Calixis sector, provide the Sanctum Navis with a singularly superior library, count towards obtaining her best romance ending, send an embroidery loom. Ladies like that sort of thing. Counts towards Cassia breaking up with the rogue trader. That's actually kind of funny. Ladies like that sort of thing. Lord Captain, I humbly request an audience with you. Proctor Anthar is interfering with the crew and is demanding to see all the archival records of future criminals we have ever received from the Imperial Navy. The matter is urgent, if you please, Lord Captain. I will meet with both of you immediately. Thank you, Lord Captain. Well, yeah, because it's like, I mean, think about it this way, right? This is kind of like how shitty a gift that is, unless somebody really, really likes stuff like that. It'd be like me going up to somebody and going, thank you very much for the gift. Here, accept these knitting needles. I want a blanket. Your Lordship, Proctor Anthar is interfering in the work of the crew. He is intimidating and threatening them, demanding access to the ship's sealed archives. And as for his dog, Vigdis pauses, shifting her gaze to the cyber mastiff and tucking her hand behind her back. I humbly request that you take action. Yeah, so we need to find Janice and get her a library, because she likes books. She does. She really likes books. Even more so since she is highborn, and I'm sure no one highborn in this universe uses a loom. Also true. Vigdis, what's wrong with your hand?
Hey, allow me to explain. The Voxmaster tried to pet Glado, which activated his self-defense protocol.
As a result, I had to step away from my duties to have my implants replaced, esteemed Proctor.
I already apologized. In any case, what happened was the expected outcome from unauthorized contact with a living person of the Adeptus Arbites.
Vigdis, why did you try to pet Glato? I didn't... This is the first time you have ever seen the Voxmaster so agitated. I did not try to pet him. It is not customary to keep such cyber beasts on a void ship, Lord Captain. This is my first encounter with such a creature. That Glato, it was following me all over the bridge.
And you decided to interfere with his work protocol.
Someone stop letting the good boy eat my crew. Just realizing that after that magical unicorn squishmallowing, someone isn't here in chat. Is there a sign of life? He's fine, I promise. I don't know. Vigdis cast Solomorn a cold glance before continuing. I had studied the archives and found mention of a ritual to establish contact that involves an offering and physical interaction with the beast.
You are literally talking about bribery. A pointless act. Cybermastiffs cannot be bribed, and neither can arbitrators.
Vigdis, reprimand yourself with a note on your personal file. Glato is a combat cyber mastiff, property of the Adeptus Arbites, not some beast. Yes, Lord Captain. Vigdis meekly bows her head. Solomon, why are you sabotaging the work of my crew?
I was compelled to intervene as Glato had intercepted a suspicious signal. The encrypted message contains the words heresy and fugitive. I managed to trace the signal back to the Voxmaster's workstation. I needed to dispatch Clado on a reconnaissance mission to obtain new evidence and ultimately ensure your safety.
In other words, you sent the beast to follow me.
I questioned the crew in the Voxmaster's absence and established that the wanted bulletins sent by the Imperial Navy were being completely ignored. I suspect that Senior Officer Tolman is abusing your trust.
Solomon, what are you suggesting?
Your flagship is untouchable for external inspections because of its high status, and criminals are taking advantage of that. So you need an internal audit. You need to pull up the archives of wanted bulletins and double-check the crew records. That's the only way to identify and eliminate potential threats to you. Crime is a disease, and I'm the cure.
This is madness for a ship whose officer corps alone comprises hundreds of people. The work hours that would be required for such an audit. What do you have to say about that, Vigdis? Vigdis presses her hands together. Reports of fugitive criminals, which number in the hundreds, are a low priority. What's more, I know that Lord Captain Theodoro was most adamant on the matter. If you forgive me, her exact words were, "We are not Grok's damned bounty hunters." The Proctor would know that if he had brought his questions to me rather than interrogating astropaths and comms officers. As for the Vox transmissions, the frequency used by the senior officers is encrypted. I informed the staff of the situation regarding the Voidsman, who was earlier brought before you on the bridge before trial. Need I remind you, Lord Captain, that Proctor Anthar has no authority to access transmissions conducted by senior officers of the Rogue Trader's flagship, not to mention that the signal was unlawfully intercepted. Were you aware there was a runaway heretic hiding among the ship's crew? No, Lord Captain. He was not on the list of wanted criminals in the Cronus Expanse. I assume it is because of the relative insignificance of the heresies he was accused of by the Calixian authorities. Perhaps Proctor Anthar had information to which the Imperial Navy does not have access. I have listened to you and I am ready to make a decision. Oh boy. Now hang on a second. What was said about Janris? I think Aelin said something about Janris. Oh, to get her to the library. Okay, never mind. That's a whole other thing. Okay. Solomon, you will be granted access to the archives and lead an audit of my crew.
As you command, Rogue Trader.
Listen, you don't fuck with an Arbites. Just saying.
Because I am the law.
Just that simple. Okay, I gotta go that way. Yes. Lord Captain, we have received an astropathic message from Dargonis. Achilles Scalander reports a Xenos raid against a merchant ship in the Silence of Mer Sigrit. The coordinates of a hypothetical contact have been forwarded to the crew. If you wish to support your subjects and fight back against the Xenos personally, we must hurry. It is unlikely that a merchant ship will be able to resist the enemies of humanity for long. The fuck is that? Hang on. What? Drukari, the silence of Mare Sigrit. Where? Oh, okay, it's literally right here. That's fine. Let's go. This is the third one. The third what? I am confused. Oh, I think it's the second.
I stand ready to serve you and the Imperium, Lord Captain.
Jesus, okay. What do we got? We got 5 douchebags that need to be killed. What is this? Imperial Falchion class frigate. Are they on my side? Oh, that's the trader vessel. Okay. Nice. All right.
Full ahead.
Torpedoes, away!
Send our enemies to the void.
Jesus, could you be any more up his ass? Holy fuck. Stop hitting him. No, okay, he's running, that's fine. Don't go into the blowy-uppy cloud. Nice! Hell yeah, Heartless. Okay, this is me. Got it. Damn it! Damn it! There's nothing there. Yeah.
Helmsman, navigate us to the designated coordinates.
I gotta go this way. Heartless will take care of them, plus my torpedoes. Stop hitting him. He's already dead. Well, fuck. That went awful. Okay. We still have 2 frigates. They're easy to kill. Well, not 2 frigates, destroyers, I meant. We still have 2 destroyers. They're easy to kill. I'm gonna bring him about this way. Good. So I can only get one or the other, huh? Fuck it.
Bring doom to our enemies.
Nice.
Show them the fury of our macro cannons.
Nice.
Lock on and launch.
Nice.
Defenseless means dead. It's time to take action.
Nice.
We have a destination to reach.
Damn. Damn.
Unleash the power of our lance batteries.
Damn. Yes, get closer. Yes. Thank you. That's exactly what I needed. Perfect. Well, almost. I wish I could have hit both of them. Like, I wish I could have gone, like, right here. That would have been awesome. But that's okay. I'll still hit the big boy. Nice. Hell yeah. He's almost dead. Turn into him.
Deliver their demise.
The dark void will
Nice.
erase their colors.
Hell yeah. And launch torpedoes again.
Rain destruction upon our enemies.
That came out of nowhere. I just literally lost, like, half my fucking health. Wow. And you can't repair in battle, can you? Okay. First things first. Launch torpedoes. Go.
Lock on and launch.
Nice. Second, I want to be... I think I want to be here.
Full ahead.
I don't think that's going to do me any good. Excuse me.
We have a destination to reach.
Yeah, I didn't think it was going to hit him. Fuck. How is it that a ship that big can't protect itself? Like, Jesus. That's a big fucking ship. Like, that's a really big fucking ship. No, don't. Okay. I understand why. I get it.
Full speed ahead. Bring doom to our enemies.
He's at 1.
Let the macro cannon sink that gently lady.
Sober, it's good to see you, buddy. Happy New Year. We're actually, after this fight, we're going to be checking in on Times Square to see the ball drop there. One more wee around the sun. True. And hopefully it's a wee and not woo. Because we definitely want more wee and less woo. It's true.
We have a destination to reach. I want to hear the macro cannons roar. Unleash a barrage of destruction.
Yeah, I got a clock right here, so... Got a little under 20 minutes. Cold as fuck here. Mine ain't dropping for a while. Also totally fair. Oh, that ship's toast. Yeah. That's a bummer.
We are vulnerable.
Nice. Okay. I like that. All right. You go here. Blow them up. Nice.
Fall ahead.
So cold I went to bed for a nap in all my clothes and woke up 7 hours later. Hey, it happens, dude. I completely get it.
Show them the fury of our macro cannons.
Ah, shit. Okay.
Rain destruction upon our enemies.
I wonder. No. It won't let me, damn it. Ugh. Path is blocked. Oh, well that sucks. Uh-oh. Oh, this is gonna hurt. It's gonna suck all of the ding-dongs. Owie!
I've had worse.
Okay. I need... What do I need? Fuck. I mean, okay. Better out than in, they always say, until it happens in church. This is true. Fucking balls. Well, that sucks. A fat, high, hard one. Can only be used during the acceleration phase. Why? Why? What is this? Strafe. And slides a short distance to one side. Yes. Slide to over here. Thank you. Void shields reinforced until it suffers damage. Reinforced sector has an increased chance of absorbing enemy attacks and loses only half it. Okay. I'll wait on that. I'll wait. I shouldn't have waited. Fuck. Ass, balls, shit, and wieners. Oh yeah, we're fucked. I don't know where the Heartless is going. That's a weird one. I have no idea where the hell it just is like, nope, I'm done. I'm out of here. It's like, bro, you're supposed to be like twice my size and like 3 times the armament.
Helmsman, navigate us to the designated coordinates.
Okay, torpedoes out.
Send our enemies to the void.
It doesn't help that they're concentrating fire. Like, this poor ship's just getting its shit rocked. Oh, he's in the blowy-uppy cloud. No, don't go to the blowy-uppy cloud, you idiot.
a barrage of destruction.
How? I don't even want to know how it missed. Gonna be honest, I don't want to know.
Demise. Let the macro cannons sing their deadly litany.
Don't even want to know how they missed. That's dumb and stupid. Damn. And I gotta stay in the fight.
Set course, all haste.
Okay. One of them took the bait. I like it. Nice. Another took the bait. Good. Stop hitting him. He's so lonely and afraid. Nice. Okay, torpedoes. I really wish I could get both of them at the same time, but I know I can't, which thoroughly sucks. You see, I can do this, and they're both in the wake of it, but only one of them is gonna die. Oh no, never mind. Kaboom. I do like a good kaboom. More torpedoes.
Destruction upon our enemies. I want to hear the macro cannons roar.
Nice. Hell yes. Okay. We have taken out all the destroyers. Now we just have to worry about the frigates. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha.
Helmsman, navigate us to the designated coordinates.
Yeah, we're definitely not going to be able to hit anything, but better than nothing. They're going after him, which sucks. 7 minutes, yep. That guy's toast. There ain't no way. But at least I stand a fighting chance, which is nice. He's going into the blowy-uppy cloud. Perfect. Nice.
Lock on and launch.
Fuck. This is gonna be a really stupid idea. There's that guy. He's over there.
Full speed ahead.
See if we can cut the corners. Because they have a lot farther to go. Oh, except for that douche pickle. You dirty motherfucker.
Darkness reached us.
Fuck. Oh, thank God.
Burn in the fires of retribution.
Set course with all haste.
Gonna be close.
Rain destruction upon our enemies. We have a destination to reach.
Oh, this is gonna hurt.
Voicemen, find your courage.
We got him. We got him. Okay, we maybe don't got him. That's very sad.
Unleash a barrage of destruction.
And I missed, which is also very sad.
Show them the fury of our macro cannons. I want to hear the macro cannons roar.
There we go. Ooh, Jesus. Okay. Here, I'm gonna do this. Go over to here. Just in time for the new year on the East Coast. Okay. There we go. So this is the East Coast. Oh, it's probably because it's cold as shit. There's the new year for the East Coast. Happy New Year to everyone on the East Coast. Happy New Year, East Coast. Yes.
Start spreading the news. I'm leaving today. I want to be part of it.
Here's to hoping. Here is to hoping, Bleached.
These vagabond shoes are longing
This is Aelin stepping over my corpse to cover up a Squishmallow murder.
the very heart of it. New York,
I hope you get the job too, Medicine.
I wanna wake up in a city that doesn't sleep and find I'm king of the hill, top of the heap. These little town blues are melting.
Hey, does anybody else remember? Does anybody else remember when Ninja was dragged out into the middle of this crowd on New Year's Eve
If I can,
and fucking had no idea what he was doing?
I'll make it. Anywhere it's up to you.
Foxhound, Happy New Year, buddy. If you're on the East Coast, Happy New Year. I still got an hour. Oh yeah, Ninja got brought out when he was the biggest thing on Twitch. Because they were trying to get new people onto Twitch. So they figured, oh well, I mean, he's the biggest person on Twitch, so let's roll his stupid ass out. So he's out there. The interviewers have no idea what to ask him whatsoever. And then he has to do the fucking Fortnite dance, and everybody is just ignoring him. And the people who were there and actually watching were going, "What the fuck is he doing?" Was actually really funny. I felt bad for him, but to be completely honest, he got paid a fat fucking paycheck for it, so I can't feel all that bad for him. You know what I mean?
If I can make it there, I'm gonna make it. Anywhere it's up to you. New York, New York, New York.
So happy New Year to everybody on the East Coast. Where's my mouse? There it is.
Year turns 2026. America turns 250. Turn to your left. Turn to your right. Embrace this moment. 300
This sounds like a truck commercial.
Americans celebrating 250 years of turning together. To rise above. To revel. To remember. We've turned fortitude into freedom. Launches into landings. Teamwork into triumph.
How pissed do you think they are that these like 9 fucking screens aren't working right now?
To help write the next great American chapter. Together. Happy birthday, America. Here's to the next 250.
Honestly, I was half expecting, I'm gonna be honest, I was really half expecting him to be like, America turns 250 years this year. That means it's time for you to be thankful for everything you have and treat yourself to the all-new Ford F-150. That's what I was waiting for. Okay, now let me see. What do they got for Dallas Live? Dallas Live New Year's Eve fireworks and drone show. Okay, sure. Fuck it. You thought it was going to be... yeah, so I was thinking, oh, that... Well, it's time to be thankful for what you have and go out and get yourself a new Ford F-150. I honestly thought that's where they were going with it. I really, really did. Why were those panels tested before tonight? Well, okay, to be fair, those panels cost like hundreds of thousands of dollars. And they're only actually renting the space. So it's kind of up to the landlord. In all honesty, like, it's stupid, but that's basically what it is. Like, it is ungodly expensive to do anything in New York City. It's not New Year for me yet. For the people on the East Coast it is, but I've got just under an hour. I know Aylin's got just under an hour. I know Lance is the same way. Sophia's just under an hour. Spoiled just hit midnight, so yeah. Bleach is in Idaho, so 2 hours. Yep. Yep. I will be back. Yeah, I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Gonna take care of a couple of things. And then, yeah, I'll be back. We'll do a little bit more Rogue Trader. Wait for the Dallas Ball to do whatever the Dallas Ball does other than just go down. Which is about it. But yeah, give me a few. I'll be back. I'll leave it on this for now. If I can find the cam. There we go. Okay, High is back. Sorry. Falls out of the lurking rafters, sound asleep, jolts awake with a sleepy, murmured, Happy New Year and good night. Sophia, have yourself a good night. Always love and appreciate you being here. Thank you for being here. Happy New Year. And hopefully this new year is better for everybody. We're going to be here till 1. Obviously, this is the ball in Dallas. We got ourselves like 40 minutes, something like that. A little over 40 minutes. We had a signal loss alarm sound. Really? Interesting. Why am I not surprised? I mean, it is Dallas. Okay, I'll keep this going, but we're going to be switching back over to Rogue Trader. A new message from Master Scalandar, Lord Captain. This time he is not reporting yet another attack, but the alleged location of one of the Xenos leaders. Achilles' aides have reported that said leader will be heading an attack on the Paradise world Grantis. There is one catch. The planet belongs to Caligos Winterscale, another rogue trader. Master Scalandar noted in his message that responding to a distress call is unlikely to be considered an incursion into someone else's territory. The governor of Grantis will most likely send out a call for aid the moment the raid begins, and if your void ship happens to be nearby, no one will question your reasons for landing. Yay. Okay. Well, I gotta fucking repair here. How do I repair again? Oh, yeah. I gotta do... I'll repair 65. Done and done. Nice. What are you? Oh, you're my armor. Okay. Right. Where's Grantis? That's not it. That's not it. I don't even know how the hell to get over there. I'm assuming over this way, right? Okay. But then I have to get over to here. Save the Aldari survivors. Make it a safe journey. Don't have a choice. Go. Might have to explore some systems to get more points, or just pray as you go. Might have to pray as we go. Might have to. But either way, I have to explore this system anyway, because I gotta try and save the Aldari. Which hopefully will help. Lord Captain, there's evidence of a recent scuffle straight ahead of us. Don't take me, this is not a frigate. This is just a gutted piece of metal. The helmsman falls silent for a moment. Blimey, the culprits are here too. It is the Aldari freaks. I recognize their shiny arses even from this distance, except the Xenos are acting suspiciously. They're hovering in place and not even trying to run. Should we approach or open fire? Call off your people, Elentak. Something is wrong. The children of Asurian are dismayed, but doing something like this to a monkey vessel... No, we are not animals. I appeal to your prudence and the promise you made. Do not destroy my kin for the deeds they did not commit. Lord Captain, we have received a report from the Augur crew. The situation is unusual. The Xenos ship displays no biological or energetical signatures, even though it appears to be intact. According to the scanners, there is nobody aboard. However, survivors are believed to be hiding in one of the compartments of the damaged vessel of the Imperium. We have also spotted some drifting plating remains that belong to a third unidentified vessel. Dispatch a rescue team if there are any survivors at the frigate. Actually, no, wait. Have the acolytes of the machine cult identify the remains of the third vessel. Voxmaster relays the order to the tech priests and promptly receives a reply. Lord Captain, I am reporting that the hull fragments belong to the Drukhari Xenos race, but the presence of their ships in the system at this time has not been confirmed. Dispatch a rescue team if there are any survivors at the frigate. It will be done. Vigdis flips the switches on the Vox system's cogitator and the transmission goes quiet for a while. Nice. Lord Captain, the scouts managed to rescue several emaciated officers from the wrecked ship. Despite their wounds, they were able to tell us what happened during a patrol. The frigate discovered an Eldari ship crossing the system and decided to immediately attack the enemies of humanity. The Xenos vessel proved too fast and skittish, but at one point its engines failed, giving the frigate a chance to attack. When the guns were aimed, several Drukhari ships suddenly pounced from the darkness. At first, they attacked from a distance, but soon aboard the frigate, but soon boarded the frigate and wreaked a bloody massacre on the decks. It is only by sheer miracle that the surviving officers managed to escape, locking themselves up in a hidden technical compartment the Xenos had no use for. The survivors claim that the Xenos conspired and deliberately led the ship into a trap where it met its doom. The Xenos joined forces to eliminate a vessel of the Imperium? An alliance between the Eldari and the Drukhari is an unusual sight, and yet such an outcome is hardly surprising. How blind are the monkey to the vices of their own kind. Humans attack a ship of the children of Asurian, sailing peacefully by, but it is my kinspeople who are to blame. Iliet is beside herself with contempt and rage. No, my kind would not willingly take part in a massacre orchestrated by the Dark Ones and then abandon their ship. Something else happened here, something I am afraid to even consider. Send a shuttle with scouts to investigate the Xenos ship. After several hours of tedious waiting, Vigdis gets back on air. Lord Captain, the scouts confirm our earlier report. The Xenos ship is intact. Many valuable artifacts have been found inside, but neither the Eldari nor their bodies were discovered. We are late again, Elentark. Iliet's voice sounds faint and almost listless. We have done everything we could. We are leaving. As you command, Lord Captain. That sucks. Poor Iliet. I am really trying. I feel bad for her. Small settlement, only one on the planet, is a Winterscale Dynasty outpost. Proctor Anthar requests permission to land with a squad. According to his intelligence, there may be a smuggler's hideout in the vicinity of the settlement. Illegal transports are of little interest to the Proctor, but the criminals have been caught in an attack on Arbidi's convoy. The heretics who survived that skirmish will soon learn that there is no escaping justice. Allocate a shuttle to Solomon to search for the criminals. On his return, the Proctor reports that the squad managed to locate the hatch leading to the underground hideout and force open the passage with explosives. But your people found nothing in the dark tunnels save deathly silence and the stench of rotting corpses. Solomon surmises that the hatch jammed and the heretics met an agonizing death by starvation, as evidenced by the complete absence of any provisions and their gnawed leather belts. The arbitrator ordered the remaining supplies in the hideout to be loaded onto your shuttle. Send out a party to raid the outpost. Seneschal Versarian privately informs you that such escapades are not uncommon among rogue traders. The settlements that belong to rival dynasties are often considered fair game. Your soldiers and officers take to the task quickly, efficiently, and seemingly not without pleasure. The shuttle returns loaded with loot, leaving behind the smoking remains of the settlement. Got it. Ooh. Okay. I haven't watched the prison population do a thing, but I don't know what. Urak 50, looking at the celestial body now, I'm beginning to think that all such entities are alike. Oh, well that's nice. The crew retreated to a truly impressive sight, a colossal storm on the gas giant's surface. The planet's dimensions in themselves were mind-boggling, and then it birthed a tempest, the storm to end all storms. As the Lord Captain and his officers observed it from a safe distance through the bridge's huge viewing windows, someone suggested giving it a name, and the Emperor's wrath garnered the most votes. Some in the crew believed the storm to be an omen. We can only hope it is an omen of great things to come. True. Oh. Well, all right. Okay. This, yeah. Chart. How the hell do we get over there? This is gonna be one of those stupid roundabout things where it's like, I gotta go fucking here to go here. I guarantee it's gonna be that. Oh, shit. That's a problem. Ancient bunker. Just drive into the warp. It's I don't want to do that. That sounds like a bad idea. Like the baddest of bad idea. Oh, why are we all coughing?
My faith is my shield.
That's why is my bird what? Hello? What was that all about? Assassin attacks an enemy with a single target attack. This attack reduces the target's armor and dodge by 10% until the end of the assassin's turn does not stack. Sure. Bring weapon skill up. Next. Have their armor reduced by any effects applied. Militant deals plus 10% damage. When the arch militant attacks targets that have their deflection reduced. It's this one. Oh shit, I like that. Broad expertise, that's really good. Bring up her strength too, she needs it. I'm old inside, super tired, gonna go to bed and try to sleep. Bleached, have yourself a great night. Always appreciate you being here. And Happy New Year to you. And we will see you later on today. Have the critical hit chance reduced by 15. Yeah, we'll take that. And then toughness. She kind of needs toughness because she's not all that tough. Executioner will give him strength. And sure, we'll give him that. He's an overseer. Allies in a 2-cell radius around the Cyber Mastiff have their reload cost reduced by 1 AP. That's not bad. That's not bad at all, actually. What is Chain Maw? Cyber Mastiff against the apprehended enemy deals plus 0 times familiar strength bonus more damage. Stacks. I don't think that's how it works. Because if the familiar strength bonus is anything, at least this is how I read it, because this is how math works. If you have the strength bonus, let's just say it's 5. Okay? Let's just say it's 5. If the strength bonus is 5, 5 times 0 is still 0. Am I wrong in my math? Because, like, hang on, let me bring up Notepad. Wait, did I not put Notepad++ on here? Holy shit, I didn't. What is wrong with me? Let me fix that right now. I can't believe I didn't put Notepad++ on this. That's insane. Yeah, create shortcut. Shortcut. Preferences, dark mode. Oh, so much better. Okay. Change log, new. Okay. So let me just bring this up for you guys, right? Just so we're all aware of what the hell I'm talking about. Okay? If I bring up Notepad, and I know it's going to be kind of hard to see, but if I do what they're stating, right, which is +0. Actually, hang on. Let me do this. Preferences, margins, file association, language, highlight, print, backdrop. Can I don't know if I can. Padding, border width. Delimiter. Okay, whatever. If I do +0, I know it's hard to see. So I'll do this. There we go. That's much better. So if I do +0, right? And then I put it in brackets. And then I do familiars, strength, bracket. That comes out to +0, bracket, 5. Let's just say that the stat is 5, right? So if that's the case, then that would end up being 0 times 5, which is still +0. Am I wrong? That is how math do the math. Okay, I'm not... It's good to know I'm not crazy. I can still algebra. So at least I got that going for me. Cybermastiff hits the apprehended enemy or an enemy adjacent to the protected ally, gains +1 to its key characteristics, lasts until the end of combat, stacks. I like that. That's good. Strength. Yes. Gabella. All in enemies that do not have the assassin in their line of sight suffer the unsuspecting effect until the end of the assassin's turn. What is the unsuspecting effect? This creature's chance to be hit and critically hit by the assassin is increased by 7%. It's not bad. I like that one, actually. Let's up her strength as well. Nice. Okay.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
Looks like the bunker still has a working generator. Well, if that's the case, why are we getting hurted?
The upper limit for the concentration of toxins in the air has been exceeded. Crew members are advised to activate their respiratory protection.
And how does one do that? What? Hello? Respiratory protection? What do you mean respiratory protection? Where's Bleach when you need her? Oh yeah, she went to bed. Fuck. But a wholly typical console intended for people trained in the mysteries of ministering the machine spirits. The cogitator is completely silent, but as you approach, you sense the warmth emanating from its metallic casing, a telltale sign that the machine is working. Pascal offers the cogitator a reverent bow, chanting the binaric aria of launch priming. The spirit of the machine embodies resilience and indomitability. In this den of decay and entropy, still does it reign over this place. Request status of the bunker's life support system. Water supply system failed. Reason unknown. Temperature and humidity control system failed. Reason unknown. Energy regulation system unknown error. Warning, backup generator connected. Oxygen supply system failed. Warning, air filters damaged. Warning, defense systems failure. Massive door is dotted with small chips and scratches and bullet marks. There is no sign of any hinges, levers, or anything resembling a lock. There's a dusty panel built into the wall to the right. As you approach, the cracked screen starts to flicker faintly. Force access using the control panel. A little patience and you hear the tired clicking of mechanisms from beyond the wall. The door opens slowly and with a groan. Ow.
Know your duty.
Mummified corpse's arms outstretched on the exit. The soldier's neck is a broken respirator and adorned in the Imperial Aquila. Still nothing over here. I'm trying to get through it as fast as I possibly can, so that I don't die, because that would suck a fat bag of dicks.
Error. Making adjustments.
Defense forces. Yellowish gas is slowly seeping through the rusted air duct system. Ow.
The machine god grants the insight.
Ow.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
What is going on with him?
Acquisition is possible.
I do what I must.
Ow.
My knowledge has its limits.
Okay. Being in here sucks.
Guide my path to glory.
Get the fuck out of here. Quickly before anybody dies. Because that would be bad. There we go. We're just constantly losing health, so yeah, that's not good. Absolutely take that. Nice. Oh shit, okay. Adamantine. Extract. Abandoned tech priest base. Front gate, rush to the bolter, to the boiler room, interact with the valve, take the valve from the next room, replace the valve. Oh god. Yeah, that sounds awful. Holy shit. The sight before you has excited the officer corps, who are delighted to witness a truly majestic end to this planet through the huge windows on the bridge, one of many nameless worlds throughout the expanse. An unknown reason caused the planet to break into several uneven parts, but its strong magnetic field is still preventing them from drifting into the cold abyss of space. The planet's hard inner core has remained almost untouched as thousands of explosions taking place under its shell of hard metals light up the world's heart from inside. The Augur crew detects several ruined extractiums on the broken planet's surface. Their analysis shows somebody used to mine adamantine here, but abandoned the deposit after the catastrophe. Most of the machines are damaged beyond repair, but the tech adepts claim one of the complexes can be restored if the road trader has the required parts and equipment. Sure. A few dozen time bells later, the Lord Captain is informed the repair crew is suffering from unrelenting headaches, most likely caused by the oppressive magnetic field of the world. However, the machines have been successfully repaired, and the extraction of the adamantine may continue if the Lord Captain wishes. Of course, the mine needs to be staffed with a squad of working servitors and a maintenance brigade doomed to endure the endless pain caused by the magnetic storms. No, take it on board. Its capabilities can be done elsewhere. Place the valve in the boiler room, interact with the valve again, interact with the cogitator in the next room, and restart. Rush to the boiler room. I don't even know where the boiler room is. That's the worst part. It's a feral world. Okay. Hang on. Save. Yes. We are at full health. Projection from the warp. Let's see what happens. When the rogue trader ship draws near the unidentified celestial body, the machine spirits on every deck, from the captain's bridge to the cargo holds, become frantic. The engines are refusing to cooperate, sending the void ship hurtling toward the epicenter of the anomaly like an arrow toward a target. You awake after an unsettled sleep to find yourself lying on a stiff cardboard mat. You are overcome with a strange sense of wrongness. The place is dark and reeks of body odor. Someone elbows you under the ribs and grabs you by the collar, spitting abuse. It is an enforcer patrolling the void ship, and she is clearly displeased. Punch the woman in the no. I don't want to let you go lest she incur the wrath of the rogue trader. Barks out a gruff laugh and spits in your face. A scrub man, even opening his mouth, is beyond the pale, let alone claiming to be the rogue trader. Drudges have lost their tongues for less. To drive home her point, the woman brandishes a hefty knife, then tosses you into a corner where similarly ragged people are scrubbing the deck. According to the sign on the bulkhead, this is Bay Theta 54. Talk to the locals, learn about everyday life on the lower decks. No, rob a guard post and contact Vigdis. Been studying the Enforcers for several days now, observing shift changes, trips to the mess, games of regicide, aftermath. On the fourth day during a shift change, you sneak into their small room and find a Voxcaster that someone left behind. Upon hearing your voice, the Voxmaster gives praise to the Emperor of humanity. Vigdis explains that you were trapped in an anomaly that made people on the ship inexplicably trade places. A rescue squad was dispatched at once to search for the Lord Captain, but you beat them to it and contacted Vigdis yourself. You had to wait several more ship cycles for the escort squad to make its way from the uppermost decks to the very bottom. Informed about a high-ranking guest in their midst, the overseers of Bay Theta 54 tried to brighten your stay with passable food, a soft bed, and even warm water, a privilege not accorded to locals. Eventually, you see the familiar faces of the escort officers who have come to retrieve you. Teach a lesson to all enforcers on the lower decks. Showing disrespect to the Lord Captain is an unforgivable oversight, even if he appears in rags before his servants. You give the order, and a dozen servo skulls scatter across the compartments of the lower decks, carrying out your punitive verdict. And while you make your ascent to the Void Ship's bridge, several hundred enforcers are driven into an empty compartment, equipped only with a mechanical 1,000-headed gallows, one turn of the switch, and they all receive the punishment they deserve. Holy shit. Boxmaster gives praise to the Emperor of Humanity as you make your entrance on the Captain's Bridge. Vigdis explains that you were trapped in an anomaly that made the people on the ship inexplicably trade places. A rescue squad was immediately dispatched to search for the rogue trader, but finding you took quite a bit of time. All's well that ends well. The Lord Captain is at the helm again, continuing his journey through the Coronis Expanse. Long live Barnabas von Valancius. I'm gonna be honest, I just kind of wanted to punish them for being dicks. I didn't... You know what I mean? That's all I wanted. Okay. I didn't want them to be hanged. Okay, I'm gonna go grab my drink. What did I just turn off? I don't know. Okay. I'm gonna go grab my drink. I'll put this on. I will be back in time for the new year, so give me a few. Okay, I is back, and there's 7 minutes, huh? Just watched Dubai's New Year's Eve. No shit. How you doing, Cap? Happy New Year. I just had to run and grab my drink. I am drinking Andre Spumante sparkling wine. I don't like champagne. Sparkling wine is typically a little bit sweeter. Champagne tends to be incredibly bitter, and it gives me a headache. It's basically the Italian version of champagne, so it's a little bit sweeter, and it doesn't give me a fucking headache at all, which is really nice. I'm gonna do this. What else we got from Dallas? What? New Year's Curtan Festival? I don't know what that is. Oh, okay. Alright, we'll just go back to this. Five minutes. So how was Dubai's New Year's thing? We watched Times Square. It was Times Square. We saw about 9 panels in Times Square that didn't work while they were trying to celebrate the nation's 250th, which annoyed the crap out of most of us. So yeah, that was a thing. But the good news is I got a cork. Plus, and here's this really, really cool thing I'll tell you about Andre or even Asti Spumante. The cork is not a regular cork. So A, you don't need a wine bottle opener in order to take the cork out. Second, it comes with a metal cap that you have to unscrew or untie from this cork. And then, the best part, you don't have to put the cork back in because that metal cap acts as the cap to keep what's left in the bottle fresh. So you just tie it back down and then you're golden. Other than just grabbing a glass of wine, pulling out a cork that you can't use anymore, and going, well, fuck, I gotta drink the whole thing now. Which is a giant pain in the ass. You know, funny thing, this is gonna sound really, really, really weird, but everybody knows that RoboCop was filmed in Dallas. It was supposed to take place, obviously, in Detroit, but it was filmed in Dallas. I'm pretty sure this is the OCP building. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that is the building that they used for the OCP building. Like, for the external shots of it? It is, yeah. Your move, creep. Medicine, Happy New Year, buddy. And everybody in Central U.S. time. Yeah, the delay is real. But, I mean, it also says for me anyway, it's midnight now. Oh, yeah, it was filmed in Dallas. Oh, here we go. Finally. Yeah, it's like a 20 or 30 second delay, it looks like. Yeah, it was filmed in Dallas. Yep. 20 seconds. Okay, so it's been about a minute and 20. Holy shit. Yeah, these are the drones for the drone show. Happy New Year, everybody. That's the good stuff. Oh, it's cold. What is the cameraman doing, idiot? Focus on the drones and the ball, not just the ball. There you go. Why would he focus on just one thing? It's supposed to be in tandem. No, you gotta zoom out, dude. Okay, well, we missed the multicolored penis. 'Cause this guy's focused on a ball. Also, is it just me, or does the ball in Dallas look like it's not exactly centered? And does it really annoy anybody else? Oh, that's a cool one. I swear to God that ball is not centered on that building. I swear it isn't. Do you see that? It does not look like it was centered on that building. It looks like it's lopsided. Oh, yeah. They really made Dallas look like a shithole in that movie. Oh, they did. They totally made Dallas look like a shithole in RoboCop. That was the best part. But yeah, it was all filmed in Dallas. It's one of the few movies that was filmed in Dallas, actually. Wasn't The Crow based in Detroit? I think it might have been, yeah. Filmed in North Carolina? I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised at all. But yeah, that's RoboCop is one of the few movies that was filmed in Dallas. There's oh no, Detroit's bad. Detroit's really bad. What was I gonna say? There's RoboCop 2 was filmed in Dallas as well. RoboCop 3, I think they just reused shots for the most part. There's only one other movie that I know of. There are probably more, but there's only one other movie that I can think of off the top of my head that was actually filmed on location in Dallas, and it was supposed to take place in Dallas, and it was called Action USA. I think it's a weird perspective thing, but thanks. Yeah, the ball annoys me now that you mentioned it. Ass. Mm-hmm. Action USA is such a weird movie, but really fun. Emoji fireworks. Well, those are drones, I think. I think that's all drone stuff. Yeah. Yeah, so they have a drone light show going on next to fireworks, which seems kind of unsafe, but we'll go with it. So Happy New Year, Central Peoples. Crit, Happy New Year. And hopefully this year is better for everyone. Also, I just thought of this. How awful would it be to be a fireworks technician that has to set up the fireworks on that tower and ball? Like, it's one thing if you're doing it from, like, the barges like they do in, Chicago, and they do it in New York, so that it goes off, but it's over the river. But how awful must it be to have to be a fireworks technician that actually has to go up in that ball and hang out over the side to set up all the fireworks? Oh, Aelin, I hear it. Wouldn't have the patience to do it. You wouldn't catch me dead doing it. Not because I don't have the patience, but because I am not a fan of heights. Like, I don't mind heights. Like, if I'm flying an airplane, it doesn't bother me. Right? Doesn't bother me in the slightest that way. But if I have no control over what's going on while I'm at height, forget it. No, thank you. Your control is an illusion. Not while you're in a plane. Not while you're in a plane. Because let me put it this way. I would much rather crash in an airplane than skydive. I would much rather have an emergency landing and a potential crash in an airplane than ever skydive. Because if you're in a plane and there is some sort of emergency situation, 9 times out of 10, everything's going to be okay. Maybe a rough landing, but any landing you can walk away from is a good one, right? So if you have somebody competent behind the controls and they know what they're doing, you'll be fine. But if you're skydiving and you pull the chute and the chute don't work, oh boy. You better be making peace really quick with your dear and fluffy lord. Because I think there's only been like maybe one account or two in the history of skydiving of anybody ever actually surviving a failed chute during skydiving. Those odds aren't good. Trying to think of given the option what I'd choose. Yeah, so for me, and again, it's because I have my private pilot's license, if there's an emergency while I'm flying a plane, I know the things that need to be done, and at least I have some modicum of control to an extent as to how things are going to pan out. So even if worst case scenario, I know that's it, at least I know I've done everything that I can. Versus, here I am falling at about 120 meters per second. My chute has failed, and now I'm just flailing until the inevitable outcome that is me turning into road pizza. You know what I mean? You maybe die of a heart attack on the way, maybe. Hopefully. You're talking about the failures. What about, of all the drops, the ratio of successful jumps to failed and, okay, the failed? Well, so, yes, and I agree with you. It's just the lack of control. That, for me, that's really all it is. It's the lack of control. You fly? I haven't flown in about 10 years. But I do have my private pilot's license. So, like, if something goes wrong, that's it. It's one of those deals for me. Something goes wrong when you're skydiving, it's usually, hey, the chute's fucked. And you're like, oh, shit, now what? And there's only one other chance you have, which is bad. But at least with a, with a plane or something like that, it may not be the best outcome in the world, but at least you can kind of control how badly things are going to go, which is better than you can't control anything. That's how I see it. Helmsman. By the time to deploy option 2, it's almost too late anyway. Yeah. Yeah. So it's like, that's the deal for me. Now, agreed, there are definitely times, and we've seen it on air disaster videos and so on, where there is just no time to react. Unfortunately, shit like that happens in every vehicle or every mode of transportation or whatever, and the inevitable just happens sometimes. But at least there's a potential. You know what I mean? I want more control and say over how I go out versus, congratulations, you paid the better part of $1,000 to sit there for 4 hours and become road pizza. That was my thought process. My mom's cousin was a pilot. He died sadly in a very infamous mid-air collision. Ooh, which one? Which one was it? Was it, it wasn't the one in, like, Turkey or something like that. I can't remember the name of it, but you know which one I'm talking about. That's the only one I can think of off the top of my head that was a mid-air collision. Well, technically a mid-air collision. Oh, that felt good. Let me do this. Turkey plane accident. Crashed over India. Okay. No, it wasn't Antalya. Maybe it wasn't in Turkey. I could have sworn it was. There was a documentary about it. Crashed over India? The most famous Indian mid-air collision is the 1996 Chakri Dadri crash. The world's deadliest mid-air collision involving Saudi Flight 763 and Kazakhstan Airlines Flight 1907 over India, killing all 349 people. While not a collision, the 1985 Air India Flight 182 bombing, a mid-air breakup, and the 1955 Kashmir Princess incident, another bombing, are also infamous for Indian aviation involving terrorism rather than direct mid-air impact. This one, the Chakri Dadri, no shit. That sucks. That really sucks. What happened? Departed Delhi at 1832 local time. Kazakhstan Airlines 1907 was descending simultaneously to land at Delhi. Both flights were controlled by approach controller VK Duda. Immediately after takeoff, the Saudi flight was cleared to an initial altitude of 10,000 feet. At 1834, Duda cleared the Kazakh plane to descend to 15,000 feet, which, okay, weird. When it was 74 nautical miles from the beacon of the destination airport. 2 minutes later, at 1836, Duda cleared the Saudi plane traveling on the same airway, but in the opposite direction, to 14,000 feet. So there's now only 1,000 feet clearance between the both of them, which is not good. At 1838, the Saudi crew reported reaching 14,000 feet and requested a higher level. Duda told them to hold their altitude and stand by, to which the first officer Khan replied, Saudi 763 will maintain 140. In 1839, Kazakh flight reported having reached its assigned altitude of 15,000 feet, but it was actually higher at 16,348. Okay, so there's a little bit more room, which is nice, and still descending. At this time, Duda advised the flight, identified traffic 12 o'clock, reciprocal, Saudia Boeing 747 at 10 miles, likely to cross in another 5, report if in sight. Radio operator rep requested clarification, to which Duda replied, traffic is at 8 miles, level 140. Rep acknowledged the update and signed off with now looking 1907. Less than a minute later at 1840, the crew of U.S. Air Force cargo flight made a radio call saying that they had seen a big explosion at their 2 o'clock position. Duda attempted to contact the Saudi and Kazakh flights but received no response. The two aircraft had collided, with the left wing of the Kazakh flight slicing through the left wing of the Saudi 747, while the left horizontal stabilizer of the 747 sliced off the vertical stabilizer, including the horizontal stabilizer of the Kazakh flight. The crippled Saudi Boeing immediately lost control and went into a rapidly descending spiral with fire trailing from the wing and broke up midair before crashing to the ground at a nearly supersonic speed of about 1,100 kilometers an hour, or 705 miles an hour, with most of its left wing and vertical stabilizer gone. The Ilyushin went into a flat spin and crashed into a field at a flat altitude near the wreckage of the Saudi plane. All 312 people on board the Saudi Flight 763 and all 37 people on the Kazakh Airlines Flight 1907 were killed. Wow. The Kazakhs did fuck up, but at the same time, so did the air traffic controller. The air traffic controller should have been a hell of a lot more attentive. Because if the air traffic controller had been more attentive to what was going on, he would have seen that they were still descending and would have said something with time to spare. It would have been close, but I mean, 1,000 feet is still 1,000 feet. You do want typically more than 1,000 feet in any direction when you have two planes, coming that close to each other. But hell, even if it was 500 feet, 500 feet is still a hell of a lot better than no feet. You know what I mean? That's rough. So I think it was, in all honesty, I think it was the fault of the Kazakhs, and I think it was the fault of the air traffic controller. The recorder of the Saudi Arabian plane revealed the pilot said the Islamic Istighfar, or forgiveness prayer, and recited the Shahada before impact with the ground. Collision took place about 100 kilometers west of Delhi. Wreckage of the Saudi Arabian aircraft landed near Dani village, Bhiwani district in Haryana. The wreckage of the Kazakh aircraft hit the ground in Birohar village, Rohtak district, Haryana. That's sad. That's really sad. That's really, really sad. Remember going to the funeral? Oh, man. I want to see what the report says. Made it mandatory for all aircraft flying in and out of India to be equipped with an airborne collision avoidance system, which fair. This set a worldwide precedent for mandatory use of traffic collision avoidance systems, again fair. As of 2021, there's an ongoing effort by the Chakri Dadri District Administration to develop a memorial honoring victims of the mid-air collision. The proposed memorial, which would consist of names and other information of the victims, would be located to a to-be-built memorial park in the district. However, the district administration is waiting to get an approval for the project from the Haryana government, and plans to include the participation of the Ministry of Civil Aviation of India, Airport Authority of India, and the embassies of Saudi Arabia and Kazakhstan in the development of the memorial. So it's probably going to be a while before that goes up. What did the report say, though? Who does it say were at fault? Kazakh officials found such a misunderstanding implausible because they claimed that their records showed Zhangirov sufficiently fluent to teach English to other Kazakh pilots at the time. Instead, they concluded from the Kazakhstani plane's misleading flight data records that the aircraft had descended while their pilots were battling turbulence inside a bank of cumulus clouds, which also means wind shear. Meteorological reports, the affidavits of a Lockheed C-141B Starlifter, which is a big fucking plane, crew that observed the crash, and conclusive analysis by the investigators showing the specific flight data from the Kazakh officials proved only that the record was based on faulty recording equipment in the plane, disproved the theory that turbulence was to blame. Good. The commission determined that the accident had been at fault of the Kazakhstani IL-76 crew. I could totally see that. 100%. I can totally see that. Now, here's something that's important to remember when it comes to air disasters. Every aviation authority in the world has different criteria for who is and who is not at fault. So I don't blame the investigators for this crash stating that the Kazakh plane was at fault. Had it been in the US, though, it easily would have been that it was both the fault of the Kazakh pilots as well as partial blame given to the air traffic controller. Because the air traffic controller should have absolutely been looking and monitoring what was going on. 1,000,000%. Oh no, it's 50 minutes, but... Ooh, Jesus. Is that the actual explosion? Oh no, it's CGI, but makes sense.
Cloud just lit up. Felt like you could feel the heat.
Flaming wreckage falls from the sky.
Yeah. I'll definitely watch this later. It's 50 minutes long, but I love stuff like this. Oh, so India's air control didn't have certain equipment to help either. Well, and that's kind of the thing, right? Is that they have to take into account the equipment that any particular airport has, right? To determine what's going on. But, so it really does depend. I don't know the specifics, but if India's control tower didn't have, say, tech that, say, like Logan International in Boston has, right, where they can look at the transmitter and they can also see what the altitude is, then yeah, absolutely, it's the Kazakh pilot's fault. Just 100% blanket. If they do have that kind of information, though, then there should have been a warning going off in the air traffic controller's head. You know what I mean? So it is tough. It is one of those things where it's like, well, technically, yes, it's probably the fault of both, but the air traffic controller can only work with what they got too. Right? So, understandable. That's like when we talked about the Malaysian flight, right? One of the biggest reasons why nobody knew where it was for the longest time is because the air traffic control towers that were supposed to be in contact with it, one of them didn't realize that it was supposed to be coming, which is fine because that happens all the time, but the other one was going off information of where it should be according to the flight plan, not where it was. That plane is still missing, yes, but they have they actually have a search area now, which is in the southern Indian Ocean. And it's sadly probably going to be deemed, if they can ever actually find the wreckage, like, or at least enough of the wreckage and find the black box, chances are it's probably going to be deemed a suicide. Or actually, I should say murder-suicide, which is what it is. Can't even imagine what the family is going through. Yeah, it's going to be tough. It's going to be really tough. So how the hell do I get over in here? Still nothing. Unless they want me to go here, which is entirely possible. I hope they landed in some island. They didn't. They didn't land in any island, and we know that because over the last 10 years, there have been pieces of the Malaysian flight that have washed up ashore on Western Australia. So they know that the plane went down. They know it's gone down. It's just a matter of trying to pinpoint exactly where in the Indian Ocean. Which is a bummer. But what are you going to do? Plundered Void Station? That's weird. A feral world. Okay, I'm going to have a great rest of it. Crit, have yourself a great night and Happy New Year. Glad you were here. Always appreciate you being here, buddy, and we will see you next time. But yeah, definitely have a great New Year, and hopefully this year is better for all of us. This cold, windy planet is covered by a raging sea of mustard gray gas. Time to retire to your quarters, Cap. Have yourself a great night. Happy New Year. Appreciate you being here, and here's to hoping this year's better for everyone. Happy New Year, Cap, and Happy New Year to everybody. Yeah, this cold, windy planet is covered by a raging sea of mustard gray gas, so tall it reaches an average human's waist. The monotony of the endless steppe is occasionally broken by chains of murky green lakes, but the augur crews spot far more interesting anomaly, a scar running several dozen kilometers deep, splitting the world's equator in two. After 2 exploration watches, the crew intercepts a faint signal coming from one of the labor settlements in the deep chasm. Due to the unstable connection, the foreman mistakes your vessel for a winter-scale ship. One was due to arrive 9 cycles ago. The foreman grimly reports over the weak channel that the adamantine ore deposits on the world are nearly depleted, and that the planet will be fully mined out in less than a decade. With some difficulty, he picks up enough words to understand that the ship is in orbit. The ship in orbit belongs to another rogue trader house, then awkwardly apologizes and falls silent. At some point, the connection cuts off completely, and you leave the foreman and his prospectors to wait for their real master. Fair enough. He cannot be happy. What is going on here? Looks like we got some pirates, maybe? You sight a ship hovering over a void station. The vessel bears no identifying marks, but the landing craft swarming the station below makes the situation clear. Pirates have seized an Imperial outpost. The augurs detect that the pirate ship is warming up its engines and quickly reloading its cannons. It is preparing for battle. Attack first. These are pirates. They should be given no quarter.
We shall strike down all who stand in our way.
You're God's damn right.
Full speed ahead. Unleash a barrage of destruction.
How did I miss?
Bring doom to our enemies.
Okay, well, that's better than nothing, I guess.
Send our enemies to the void.
That's a lot of fucking torpedoes.
We have a destination to reach. Deliver their demise. Let the macro cannon sing their deadly litany. Helmsman, navigate us to the designated coordinates.
Nice. Nice. Damn. God, Emperor, save us and brace for impact. Nice. Oh, this is gonna suck. Yep.
Unleash a barrage of destruction. Let the macro cannons sing their deadly litany. Lock on and launch. Bring doom to our enemies.
Nice. Good hit. Goddamn, dude. Nice. Okay. I want... this.
Fall ahead. I want to hear the macro cannons roar.
How the fuck did I miss?
Unleash a barrage of destruction. Set course with all haste.
Aha. Yes, please. Nice. Oh, he's just out of range. Little fucker.
Send our enemies to the void. Show them the fury of our macro cannons. Let the macro cannons sing their deadly litany.
Nice.
Helmsman, navigate us to the designated coordinates. Nope,
Can't hit him.
We have have a
However, I can't hit him this way.
Unleash the power of our lance batteries.
Why do my lance batteries suck?
Unleash a barrage of destruction.
Jesus, okay. Come on, Heartless. Get in there. Okay, plasma torpedoes. I want you right there. I want you to just cram it right in their shithole. That's what I want from you. Nice.
I want to hear the macro cannons roar. Deliver their demise. Rain destruction upon our enemies. Set course with all haste.
Fair enough. That's not going to do me any good. However, this might.
Bring doom to our enemies.
Nice.
Full ahead.
They aren't getting away. Fuck that noise.
Unleash the power of our lance batteries.
What are they down to? 8. Son of bitch.
Send our enemies to the void.
He's dead. Coming for me. I gotta get that asshole.
Deliver their demise.
Nice. Got him. Owie! Spectre, Happy New Year, buddy. So I gotta wait another 15 minutes, but Shadow will shortly end stream, so getting ahead of that. No, totally fair. Happy New Year, Spectre. I sincerely hope that this year goes better for all of us. I really, really do. I know it's been a rough year for a lot of us here, and Yeah, in all honesty, it could have been better.
Helmsman, navigate us to the designated coordinates.
So I sincerely hope that it gets better for everyone. I really, really do.
Exemplary elimination, rogue trader.
Nice. Allows the use of both abilities of one selected post per turn. If one or both abilities are on cooldown, their cooldown time is reduced by -1 turn. Sure. I sincerely hope the same. This year was a roller coaster for better or worse. It was, and it was a roller coaster for all of us, if I'm being honest. I mean, it was... Yeah. It just was. It was rough. It was like, we thought things were going well, and then they weren't going well, and then they got a little bit better, and then they didn't get any better, and then they kind of stayed, you know, moderately less shitty than what we originally predicted, and then it got shittier, and so it just kept going, and we, none of us could catch a break. So I'm sincerely hoping that, we just don't have to deal with it. I'm sincerely hoping that we have a better time. For streaming during the holidays, you're very welcome. And, you know what? To be honest, and I don't know if you were here beforehand, so I'll say it now. I stream holidays because I know how shitty holidays can be for people, and I know how alone people can feel. And I know how, and for some people, how miserable the holidays can be. I get it. I've been there. And in the moments when I was at my worst, and I hated everyone and everything, including myself, and I didn't have a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of, and I certainly didn't have money to get anybody Christmas presents, and nobody had anything to get me any Christmas presents or anything like that, and the best outcome that I could hope for was having enough money to be able to make a bowl of noodles. And I'm not even kidding when I say that that's how bad it was for Christmas dinner. The holidays kind of lost their magic for me. So I know how terrible it is. But there was one thing that stopped me from going over the edge, and there was one thing that stopped me from going overboard. And that was streaming. Watching Mr. Moon's house, watching Timac, watching Kiwo, Dimitri, Thadrius, Selvik, watching all of them. Right? I've been there. I know how shitty it is. I know how awful things can be. And I don't know if they know it. I've never told them. But their streams literally saved my life. And the least I can do is pay them back. And pay it forward. So that's why I'm here every single holiday without fail. Because I've been there. And because they were there for me. And I don't think I can ever thank them enough for what they did for me except to just pay it forward. So I appreciate that you guys are here, and I appreciate that I can give you guys a place where you can just hang out and forget about life and forget about shit and forget about the world for a while. If that's all I can do, then fuck it. I'm gonna keep doing it for as long as I possibly can. That's how I see it. So I'm glad that even if it's in a small way, I can help.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
It might sound dumb to some people. It might sound really, really dumb. But in all honesty, I found my calling. I did. Now, am I the most energetic and hyper streamer and everything else in the world? No. But I like to think I can make an ass out of myself every once in a while, and I like to think that I can sit here and do dumb shit and make bad jokes and make shit funny and do different voices and like all this shit and at least keep people engaged a little bit. Play different games and all that good stuff. Do whatever need be doing. Right? Because even if it's not the best distraction in the world, it's still a distraction and you are distracted. That's all I can really hope for. So, yeah. Gotta carry that torch. I don't even consider carrying it a torch. Honestly, Feasty, I consider it... I don't think that when Dimitri or Thaddeus or Kiwo or Mr. Moon or Selvik or Jamjar or like any of them, I don't think when they ever started streaming they wanted to sit there and kind of carry a torch like that or anything. And I don't think any of them know just how well they, or just what they did for me. Because I've never said anything, and I probably never will, because I don't want to put that pressure on somebody. But I look at it as, hey, they helped me out. Let me help. More light in the darkness, kind of. Yeah, no, I get what you... I know exactly what you mean, yeah. And I get it. And honestly, I appreciate the hell out of you thinking of it that way. I really, really do. I don't know if I can sit there and really call myself a, you know, more light in the darkness kind of deal, but it's, for me, it's more of, if I can help, let me help. Basically. Right? Medicine, thank you for the 500 bits, buddy. Happy New Year. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's not easy. It's not easy at all. This world sucks. Right? Everything's going to shit. Everything's going to hell in a handbasket, to the point where even the most prominent people on Twitch, the 1% of the 1%, are really starting to hurt and really starting to feel it. Right? The world sucks. Everything's going to shit. Countries are at war. Our country's tearing itself apart for multiple reasons that obviously I'm not going to get into. Other countries are trying to launch coups against their government, and so on. Countries are lying to one another. People are becoming distrustful. People don't want other people in their countries, and so on and so forth. There's a lot of anonymity behind being behind a keyboard, and everybody finds something to bitch about and something to complain about and something to make a big deal out of because they feel like their lives aren't important, and so on. And the economy, like you said, the economy is dog shit, and everybody feels like the walls are closing in. Fair enough. But if I can help even a little bit, that's what I'll do. If people watch you, it's got to be because you're doing a good job. Doesn't matter if you don't act like the others. That is why. Spectre coming in and gifting a sub to Feasty. Spectre, thank you so much, buddy. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Holy shit. Thank you so much. That's why people are supporting you. Well, I appreciate it. I didn't do this because I wanted to make a shit ton of money. I wanted to do it because I wanted to stream, because it looked like fun, right? But after spending almost a decade watching people die, literally watching people die left and right, and hating everything and anything, including myself and my family and my friends and everyone I ever knew and my job, this just kind of turned into something where it was like, I have to do this. That's
the divine watches over us.
Basically where I ended up.
Darkness. Cross them.
And I'm okay with that. I'm perfectly okay with that. I, honestly couldn't ask for a better job. I really couldn't. When it comes to so much global despair, the only thing you really can do is focus on whatever community you can, and for a lot of people, that's places like your stream and others. Glad I've been able to hang out all these years. I'm glad you have too, Feasty. Not in the best place right now. My life has been upside down since Twitch laid me off, and I don't blame you. I don't blame you at all. That's a tough, very, very, very tough spot to be in, and it really sucks that you're in it. It really sucks. And honestly, I wish there was better news. I really do. But what are you gonna do? The only thing I can sincerely hope for is that everything just gets better. Because if not, I know we're all gonna drive ourselves fucking insane. Oh shit, I didn't see those guys. That's bad. Ow.
Let's get to it. Out of my way.
Oh, there's lots. Okay, that's bad.
I'm here, maggot.
As honor ordains. Trust me, let your soul be purged.
That was weird, but okay.
As honor ordains. Trust me.
Hold on. Let's get to it.
So I get it, Medicine. I totally get it.
Out of my way.
Time for me to leave. Wish you all a happy new year and a good rest of the stream. Hope to see you guys tomorrow. Stay safe. Thank you for being here, all of you. Spectre, happy new year, buddy. I appreciate the crap out of you. And actually, you know what? It doesn't matter because this game, we already got fucked because I didn't realize there were guys over there. But it is that time for me too. I will be back later on today. But again, I do want to say thank you, everybody, for hanging out. You guys are amazing. Thank you for all the generosity. I really, really appreciate it. And it really does mean the world to me that you guys are here. It doesn't matter whether you're lurking, whether you're talking, whether you're donating, whether you're gifting subs or you're giving bits or anything and everything in between. Just the fact that you're here means a lot. And yeah, I sincerely wish everybody a happy new year, and I really, really hope that this next year's better. I really, really do. It's been one hell of a ride. You know what I mean? So I sincerely, sincerely hope it. Yeah, we had Medicine coming in with 500 bits, and we had Spectre coming in with that gift sub to Feasty. Thank you so much, both of you, and thank you to everybody previous. Aylin, Sophia, Lance, Spoiled, for the gifted subs, the bits. I really, really appreciate all of you. I will be back later on today, and we are going to say fuck it, and we're going to face this goddamn new year head on, and we're going to try and make it our bitch. That's what I'm going for. So thank you, everybody, for being here. Thank you for watching. Always a pleasure to see everybody. I will be back later on today, but until I see you all then, have yourselves a great day, great night, and a happy, happy new year, wherever you are. Be good to yourselves, be good to one another, stay safe, stay frosty, and of course, the #1 golden rule around here, try to remember some of the basics of CQC. And I will be seeing all of you later on today. Thanks so much, everybody. Have yourselves a great night. I'm out. Take care. Bye, guys.